All right, guys. So I should be going live now. Let me turn my Discord off. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I got to make an adjustment here. Gotta make an adjustment here. Let's see. Does that fix it? Does that fix our live? There we go. There we go. Okay, so the picture's looking good. And now we're live on Instagram. James just sent a post. What's up, James? How are you, bro? Dude, is the picture good on on YouTube right now, James? Is my video coming in nice and clean? I'm on low latency, looking good. All right. What's up, guys? And Torj. What's up, everybody on Instagram? Hello, hello. Glad to have you guys. They sure did, James. They got you, bro. They made a meme using your body, dude. All right. Thanks for joining on the Instagram sides. Hello, hello, and Torj. I don't know your name. I'm just saying Torj. Maybe you can tell me because I'm just saying what it looks like on the screen. We're going to wait for a few more people to jump online before we jump into some more other things. Good video and sound. Beautiful, sir. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. This is Emily, guys, on your screen. Just wanted to kind of... Oh, Nathan. Okay, Nathan Torj. Okay, Torj. All right, sweet, sweet. And Nathan, I think I've told you before. What's up, State Line? Thanks for joining, man. Nathan, I think I've told you before. You're gonna get more action in the chat on YouTube, if you're wondering, if you want that. But guys, this is Emily. Emily wants to join the girls' football team. Emily can't because of transphobic rules. Justice for Emily, guys. Justice for Emily. We had a No Kings rally yesterday, and it was pretty interesting. I was out in the streets myself. I got a great taste of it, and we had a little bit of both sides. So from the left and the right, it was fun. Awesome, awesome. Right on. So so I'm gonna pull up a few posts while we're getting more warmed up because we're still getting people coming in on YouTube, and I'm gonna go through some of these things here. So this right here says, this was pretty good right here. It's hard to see, but let me pull up some more things here. So,
you want to know the difference between a white liberal? Conservative.
yep.
You want to know?
Lovely, bro. Love to hear that. That is wonderful. Here are some more clips, bro. Yeah, man. That right there is music to my ears, dude. I love that. And that is how I feel. And that's why Jesse says what he says when we watch Jesse. Let's watch some more.
How UK supermarkets deal with Islam is just fucking hilarious.
Let me show you a steak for £4.50 with a security tag on it so it doesn't get stolen. Recently, one of my reels went viral where I showed steaks with tags on them. Now I'll show you one with this kind.
So, guys, you know, Muslims don't eat pork. And so the point of this video that they're making is that for some reason, I guess in some of these countries, the Muslims are stealing meat. And of course, meat's not cheap, but they're stealing the meat. And so because of that, they have to put actual tags on the meat like they do on your bourbon or whatever it is, your expensive wine. But they don't have to put them on the pork. I wonder why. Let's watch this again.
How UK supermarkets deal with Islam is just fucking hilarious.
Let me show you a steak for £4.50 with a security tag on it so it doesn't get stolen. Recently, one of my reels went viral where I showed steaks with tags on them. Now I'll show you one with this kind of tag. People started asking me, what about pork? What's up with pork? Let me show you the pork now. Here's the entire rack with pork. These are the kinds of steaks they have. They cost £7, but there's absolutely no tag on them.
It's true, when I'm in the UK, they put tags on the beef, lamb, and the goat. But for pork chops, which is sometimes more expensive, there's no tags. I wonder why. Eating bacon reduces the chances of you marrying a 6-year-old by 98%. There are 50 Muslim countries around the world. Why the fuck would you move to the West if you want to live under Sharia law? How UK supermarkets deal.
Great question. Phenomenal question. All right, let's keep moving. Oh, man. I love how we put that. What's up, boo-boo? Dude, what is going on, guys? Thanks for coming on yesterday. That was a blast. We had a good time in the streets. That was a really good time. Good conversations, some good trolling, some good fun. Oh, man, I loved it.
Should transgenders be allowed to own guns?
No.
Why?
Transgenders are fucking crazy. They shouldn't be allowed anywhere normal people should be allowed. They should just put them all on an island and let them just chill out over there. When they're in regular public, they need special rules. They need special applications for things. You know, they act like they're this brand new species that just came about, like they weren't already born a male or female. So they blow everything out of proportion. They make everything irrational. I'm actually pretty tired of these motherfuckers, for real.
Should trans...
There's another one here, but I'll probably get hit with a copyright, so I'm just going to play this one here. Should have brought a boombox to play flagpoles.
Autocracy, authoritarian, dictatorship.
What's up, Nathan? Hell yeah, bro. Nathan T is on YouTube now. He switched over from Instagram to YouTube. Good to have you. Anyone else on the Instagram side, feel free to jump over onto YouTube where there's a lot more of us in the chat. So here we go. Ready? Here, 1, 2, 3.
Autocracy, authoritarian, dictatorship.
We'll play it from the
Autocracy, authoritarian, dictatorship, Hitlerian. Okay. The claim is that's what the right wants. But, you know, if you're a Republican type, you're looking for control. Okay, so who wants the control? What side wants the control? You claim we want the control. We claim you want the control. Well, here's the good news. We just had a little experiment about 3 to 7 years ago. It was called COVID. We did an experiment. Who wanted control? Who didn't want control? And COVID is just COVID. It doesn't have an R or a D next to it. It's just a thing. So then the question is how did one side react and how did the other side react? Well, I live in a place where they shut the schools, shut the beaches, shut your business, shut funerals, shut visiting Nana, and then they fucking try to force everyone to get an unproven jab, a vaccine, an untested vaccine, force everyone, or you'll get fired from your job or thrown off the fire department. That's what you guys wanted.
Yeah, that sounds.
And he lives where I live, and that's what happened of where I live.
What the? It's like control to me.
That sounds like control. That sounds like authoritarian dictatorship control. You
calling for people to lose their jobs.
Yes. You arrested a guy who was paddleboarding in the bay. My friends who own a business 3 miles from here, it's now gated and closed because you shut down outdoor dining, and they defied your control. They stood up. Oh, they stood up. They spoke truth to power, and you sent the feds in and you shut them down. And now they don't have a business they had for 50 years. So spare me your discussions on authoritarianism. Jesus goddamn Christ. Let me give you an example. You got Gavin Newsom. He's the one who's worried about all the authority, right? And control. And then you have Ron DeSantis. That's his arch nemesis. He's over there in Florida. Well, good. We've had a little experiment. We did a little experiment. It's a place called Disneyland, a place called Disney World. The guy in Florida kept Disney World open, and you shut down Disneyland.
Yeah.
Same COVID. So who really wants the control here? We did the experiment.
Yeah.
And you guys all dove on the opportunity to take control. Whereas the others on the other side of the aisle said, no, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. They argued to reopen everything. You argued to shut everything and then fire everyone who defied you. And then you went to big tech and you told them you need to control these alternative voices.
Yep.
So don't give me this lecture on control.
Yeah.
It's insane that they even have the balls to do it when we just got done with an experiment called COVID. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was a good one, man. I like that. James, I got the video. I think it's the video that you sent. Is it a short video? I think it's this.
Here, let's
one
watch
right here.
this because it's so funny.
Is it your intention?
Is this the one, James? Let me see here. Yes. Okay, cool.
To run trans people out of the state of Texas? No? Just out of the bathroom.
Here, let's watch this because it's so funny.
Is it your intention to run trans people out of the state of Texas? No? Just out of the bathroom.
Here, let's.
Oh, dude, that's so good. Oh my God, bro. Oh man. Oh, I gotta not play music. Sorry, guys.
Hey, are y'all in favor of my body, my choice?
Yes.
What about vaccine mandates?
You know what? Don't even get me started with that because you know what? Over 1 million people died of it. So you know what? I don't want to hear this shit. My body, my choice. Or do men carry babies for 9 months? I don't think so.
I have a question. Are you in favor of my body, my choice? Yes. What about vaccine mandates? Depends. Hey, I have a question. Are you my body, my choice?
Yes.
What about vaccine mandates?
Paternalism. It's better for the community.
What about the baby? You don't care about the baby? That's not good for a community?
At conception, it's not a baby.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
What about you? Are you my body, my choice?
Absolutely.
Well, what about vaccine mandates?
That is a public health issue versus a personal health issue.
What about the health of the baby?
That isn't a baby.
That's not a baby?
No.
Really? Even though it's a heartbeat? Do you like vaccine mandates, then?
As long as
Well, what happened to my body, my choice?
I don't do well in pressure discussions.
Asha, are y'all in favor of my body, my choice?
Yeah.
What about vaccine mandates? Are you guys in favor of those?
More or less. I know there's more complexity to it. Like yeah.
So you don't get to choose the vaccines, or you can choose with a dead baby? Question, are you in favor of my body, my choice?
Yes.
What about vaccine mandates? Are you in favor of vaccine mandates?
I am definitely in favor of them since I have the vaccine.
You can't answer a simple question?
No, please go.
Oh my God. You guys can't answer a simple question?
Please get away.
Oh, I'm so scared, bud. Abortion is murder. You're disgusting if you like abortion. Abortion's murder. I don't know if the fake news will cover this, but abortion is murder. So, yeah, but I'm just saying, abortion is murder. You're disgusting. You know that. You're killing a baby. Come right here. You in favor of my body, my choice?
Well, this is the thing. New York City says when you're going to get a vaccine, it's not your body, it's not your choice. But then you got council members who say, my body, my choice, so they're hypocrites. You know?
You nailed it.
And so is Adams. We know Adams. Adams knows who I am.
Are you in favor of my body, my choice?
Absolutely.
What about vaccine mandates? Are you in favor of vaccine mandates?
This is not going where we want it to go.
Are you in favor? Are you in favor? I know, but are you in favor of vaccine mandates?
Here's what we're saying. This is religious extremism in action.
You don't think it's killing babies?
No, we don't. We don't.
You don't think
We
so?
don't think it's killing killing babies.
Why not?
Absolutely not. Because you don't give a shit about the babies once they are born. We do not like the hypocrisy. We don't give. You don't.
But
give
don't
a
you
shit
think you're
about the
hypocritical
babies.
if you're pro-vaccine mandate? You say you're my body, my choice, but you like vaccine mandates?
Well, wait a minute.
You can't see
you
your
say-
hypocrisy.
you say
You
no
see, this
mask.
should be your. This
You
is
say
your.
no
This is
mask,
your
but
sign.
you're willing to
Look,
say
this is her
first.
sign,
You're willing to
hypocrisy.
say
It's funny you
first.
carry around a sign that says hypocrisy because you are a hypocrite. See, hypocrites wear signs that say hypocrisy.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is what a hypocrite looks like. That's why you guys carry a big sign that says hypocrite on it, because they're hypocrites. That's either my body, my choice, but they like vaccine mandates. Are you guys in favor of my body, my choice?
Yes.
What about vaccine mandates?
I mean, well, that's so true. Honestly,
Hopefully that song doesn't get me hit on copyright. That was good. That was really good. I enjoyed that one. There's a couple good ones out of that. All right, so we got some more.
Join the No Kings event near you.
Imagine screaming No Kings when you got to win the Democratic primary without a single vote.
Join the No Kings event near you.
Imagine screaming No Kings when you got to win the Democratic primary without a single vote.
Honestly.
What is your argument now, given the new information?
Well, I think that Prop 50 is a big scam.
This is
Join
legit, dude.
the No Kings event near you.
Imagine screaming No Kings when you got to win the Democratic primary without a single vote.
Literally, she did not win the primary. She didn't even get a primary when she was going for president. Nothing, bro. And they want to call the right the kings. No kings. No kings. Let's see here. Your party skipped the primary, crowned Kamala without a single vote, and tried to erase Trump from the ballot when your legal warfare crashed and burned. That's not democracy. That's authoritarianism with a blue sticker. All right. What's up, man? What's up, guys? Nathan, is it a good time for a palate cleanse? Do we need a palate cleanse, guys? Real quick, before we switch over back to YouTube. Let's do this. Let's go for this. Where do we start? Here? You know where we got to start. Right here? Right here? A lot of you guys don't like this one. Oh, James. James knows. James knows, bro. Him and State Line. Here you go. Anna Paulina Luna, ladies and gentlemen. And then Carolyn. Put your hands together for Carolyn, guys. Carolyn is even hotter behind the podium, talking to the press with her smart responses, putting them in their place, bro. Honestly, she's even hotter behind the podium, talking to the press.
As you watch this,
here we go. Let's do this one right here. This is a good one. Let's do this right here. You guys know Batia, right?
As you watch this, Democrats across the country are gathering for the second No Kings protest, whose goal is to, quote, show the world America has no kings and the power belongs to the people, in what they say is a nationwide push to remind America that democracy means no one is above the law. But America very obviously doesn't have a king. It has a president who is implementing campaign promises that he made in the run-up to an election in which he won the popular vote. Far from being above the law, he has abided by every court decision against him, including the patently ridiculous, including those quickly overturned by higher courts. The power already does belong to the people. The majority of them voted for Donald Trump, and now they are getting exactly what they voted for.
Exactly. We voted for Donald Trump. We're getting exactly what we voted for.
That includes the very things that the left is protesting, destroying the threat of toxic drugs being trafficked into the country by terrorist cartels to poison and kill our young people, deportations that protect the wages of working class Americans, tightening the labor market so workers can ask for more from their employers, support for law enforcement to keep criminals from having free reign of our streets where they routinely victimize the most vulnerable, and tariffs that protect the product of the labor of the American working class, making that labor competitive again in the global marketplace. The left isn't protesting Trump, but the agenda that the majority of America voted for.
Yep.
They aren't protesting a king, they are protesting their fellow Americans. They aren't standing up for democracy, they are protesting it. And it's no coincidence that they are protesting Trump on the very week that he ended the war in Gaza. Let's not forget that this week, which is ending in a protest against a fictional king, began with a very real president pulling off a miracle. He arranged a ceasefire deal and the return of the 20 remaining Israeli hostages held for 2 years in Hamas captivity. I guess the left can't protest a war that's no longer happening. The ceasefire now crowd went eerily silent after Trump arranged this ceasefire. Few and far between were the Democrats willing to credit the president with actually manifesting the thing they had been demanding for 2 years. Instead of crediting the president with his astonishing achievement, they invented injuries to lay at his feet. The No Kings demonstrators are allegedly gathering to protest Trump's abuse of power. But what they're really opposing is his use of strength, peace through strength, be it from foreign adversaries or criminals. No wonder men are flocking to the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost the ability to distinguish between strength and abuse.
Yep.
Here's AOC at a CNN town hall this Wednesday on how Republicans have managed to lure all the men into their party.
And they are able to radicalize and target and exploit a generation of young boys, in particular, away from healthy masculinity and into an insecure masculinity that requires the domination of others who are poorer, browner, darker, or a different gender than them.
It's truly amazing. Here we are in 2025, and they are still trying to blame Trump's success on racism. Sorry, but no. Men aren't drawn to the GOP under Trump because they are deplorables who want to dominate the weak. They are drawn to it because they are drawn to the peace that can only come when your enemies, cartels, criminals, Hamas, or globalization, are having their butts handed to them by someone strong enough to scare the bejesus out of them. As you watch this, Democrats across the country are gathering for the second No Kings.
There was a lot of really good points made here, and I want to find the full episode if I can. I think this is the one.
Welcome to Batya on News
Because
Nation.
I want to rewind it and play another part of it here.
As you watch this, Democrats across the country are gathering for the second
Let's watch this one more time here.
Whose goal is to, quote, show the world America has no kings and the power belongs to the people, in what they say is a nationwide push to remind America that democracy means no one is above the law. But America very obviously doesn't have a king. It has a president who is implementing campaign promises that he made in the run-up to an election in which he won the popular vote. Far from being above the law, he has abided by every court decision against him, including the patently ridiculous, including those quickly overturned by higher courts. The power already does belong to the people. The majority of them voted for Donald Trump, and now they are getting exactly what they voted for.
Everything she's saying makes perfect sense, and it's I love Batya because she speaks very clearly, and you can understand, and it's factual. It's not like speculative, subjective stuff.
That includes the very things that the left is protesting: destroying the threat of toxic drugs being trafficked into the country by terrorist cartels to poison and kill our young people, deportations that protect the wages of working class Americans, tightening the labor market so workers can ask for more from their employers, support for law enforcement to keep criminals from having free reign of our streets where they routinely victimize the most vulnerable, and tariffs that protect the product of the labor of the American working class, making that labor competitive again in the global marketplace. The left isn't protesting Trump, but the agenda that the majority of America voted for. They aren't protesting a king, they are protesting their fellow Americans.
That's a very interesting point, and I love the way she puts that. They're not, let me go back one click, just one click here.
Protesting Trump, but the agenda that the majority of America voted for.
They're not protesting Trump. They're protesting the agenda that the Americans voted for.
Majority of America, making that labor competitive again in the global marketplace. The left isn't protesting Trump, but the agenda that the majority of America voted for. They aren't.
This No Kings rally, it's not really a protest against Trump. It's exactly what she said. It's what people voted for.
Protesting a king, they're protesting their fellow Americans.
They're not protesting a king, they're protesting their fellow Americans. I love how she said that. And this is, I'm probably going to make a clip out of this.
Marketplace. The left isn't protesting Trump, but the agenda that the majority of America voted for. They aren't protesting a king, they are protesting their fellow Americans. They aren't standing up for democracy, they are protesting it. And it's no coincidence that they are protesting Trump on the very week that he ended the war in Gaza. Let's not forget that this week, which is ending in a protest against a fictional king, began with a very real president pulling off a miracle. He arranged a ceasefire deal and the return of the 20 remaining Israeli hostages held for 2 years in Hamas captivity. I guess the left can't protest a war that's no longer happening. The ceasefire now crowd went eerily silent after Trump arranged this ceasefire. Few and far between were the Democrats willing to credit the president with actually manifesting the thing they had been demanding for 2 years. Instead of crediting the president with his astonishing achievement, they invented injuries to lay at his feet. The No Kings demonstrators are allegedly gathering to protest Trump's abuse of power. But what they're really opposing is his use of strength.
They're protesting his abuse of power, but what they're really protesting is his use of strength. Very well said. And guys, what's up, Jonah? What's up, Kizalo? What's up, Wayne? What's up, Clay? What's up, Min, again? Cheryl, hello, hello. What's up, Nate?
Peace through strength, be it from foreign adversaries or criminals. No wonder men are flocking to the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost the ability to distinguish between strength and abuse. Here's AOC at a CNN town hall this Wednesday on how Republicans have managed to lure all the men into their party.
This AOC is about to talk to us right now, and this is pretty wild, man. Watch this. I mean, this is so far-fetched, but just listen to this.
And they are able to radicalize and target and exploit a generation of young boys in particular.
Radicalize. They're saying that the right is radicalizing. Let's hear this again.
To lure all the men into their party.
And they are able to radicalize and target and exploit a generation of young boys in particular away from healthy masculinity and into an insecure masculinity.
She's saying the right radicalized and exploited and got men to go from healthy masculinity. It's the opposite. This is again what we talked about in our chat last week. It's confession through projection. She's projecting what they on the left did. They tried for the last 10 years so hard to take men and young men, boys that are becoming men, from the proper type of masculinity and bring them all the way over to this weak soy boy type of masculinity, and tried putting them down and saying that what you are is not good. You got to be more like this. And they're the ones that were doing that. They're the ones that tried moving them to a place that made no sense whatsoever and was not even true to what humans are. Men are men. They're trying to change that.
To lure all the men into their
Let's
party.
hear this again because this drives me nuts. This
And they
part
are
right here.
able to radicalize and target and exploit a generation of young boys, in particular, away from healthy masculinity and into an insecure masculinity that requires the domination of others.
They literally tried 10 years and successfully, they've been taking men from healthy masculinity, which is exactly what she said, from healthy masculinity to insecure masculinity. It's crazy how they just say the opposite of what is happening. And people, they gobble it up. I'm going to listen to this one more time. I have to. Because this is exactly the opposite. Let me read the chat. Okay, so you guys are talking about Israel and Hamas. Okay, let's keep going.
Radicalize and target and exploit a generation of young boys, in particular, away from healthy masculinity and into an insecure masculinity that requires the domination of others who are poorer, browner, darker, or a different gender than them.
It's truly amazing. Here we are in 2025.
Someone said, Wayne says, Medi, how about those GOP texts? Which ones? Talk to me. Educate yourself. Wayne said, there's two Waynes. One of the Wayne Weirbinski says, educate yourself. AOC is so sad. Ibubi Udizi, what's up? What's up, dude? Calidus Fox says, we desperately need a new generation in government. The young Republicans texts. Let me know what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean.
And they are still trying to blame Trump's success on racism. Sorry, but no. Men aren't drawn to the GOP under Trump because they are deplorables who want to dominate the weak. They are drawn to it because they are drawn to the peace that can only come when your enemies, cartels, criminals, Hamas, or globalization, are having their butts handed to them by someone strong enough to scare the bejesus out of them.
I love that. Wow, that is man, love Batia, dude. Well said, Batia.
My next guest understands this well. Sean Duffy is the Secretary of Transportation.
Thank you. Wayne Wierzbinski says, their idea, and thank you for spelling their correctly, their idea of healthy masculinity is LGBTQ and men being more into their feelings and acting upon their feelings and how they're offended. And, why did you say it like that? Because that makes me feel like this and like that. And now you did this, and now I don't know what to do because you said some words. Your words are violence. Jim Flawless on Instagram. I've seen your text. If you want to come to the YouTube chat and the YouTube video, you're going to have a lot more people in chat you can talk to, just letting you know. In Instagram, Jim Flawless I'm reading the chat now. He says, the sad thing is a lot of people still believe the wrong advice. We need to make sure with a law that any information organization can't lie, push a story that hasn't been verified. Well, I think that's a questionable thing. That's debatable because you do that, and then who's the one that's doing the verification? And that's where we ran into the issue with the Biden administration, is they were acting as the party that verifies what goes into social media and suppressing people's voices and deleting their accounts, which they did. So that's a slippery slope, in my opinion. Nate says she's a Jew. Look at her necklace. Yes, she is openly Jewish, guys. She wears a Jewish necklace. Yes, she is Jewish, and she's okay with being Jewish, and she's okay wearing. She always wears that necklace. Yeah. I'm trying to read the chat here where you guys are speaking about it. Being dominated and enslaved is a choice. Calidus says, I honestly don't care Republican or Democrat, but Jesus, this all is dumb AF. People praise the wrong thing. We should be open. We should be smart. But a lot of these people in power only listen to pride. I don't know what you mean by that. Please explain what you mean exactly. Min says, there was a group of young Republicans who post anti-Semitic DMs. There is a growing woke right. Jonah says he's talking about the group text chain where college students were being edgy and shit talking about gassing opponents and supporters alike. I'm more worried about the J. Jones text messages, to be honest, where he was talking about, we saw that. Yep. Why do people care about her being Jewish? Why is she's I agree. It shouldn't matter if she's Jewish or not. I think we need to all just stop being racist. We're all humans. We're all the same thing. We're we have very minor differences, all of us. We're all the same thing. And that's why I say we need to do away with DEI. We need to do away with affirmative action. We need to do away with welfare. We need to do away with all these things where people are singling other races out for minor differences like skin color and stuff like that, and saying, oh, these people aren't as good as us, so we have to give them special programs. No, that's actually racist, bro. Leave people alone. Let people do their lives how they want to do it and let them figure it out, and they will figure it out. The more you make them, the more you single them out and create special programs for them, and basically in another way having a special bus, a short bus for them in a way, you're separating them, and that's not cool. That's racist.
And acting administrator of NASA. Welcome, Secretary Duffy. Thank you so much.
Royal Ramble is back. I saw him on my live stream yesterday while I was out and about at the No Kings rallies. What is he saying now? You were making fun of a Native American man. No, I was not making fun of him. You decided, obviously you heard what you wanted to hear. I wasn't making fun of him. I was actually talking with him. Then when he decided to insult people, myself included, I started going back at him. I'm not going to let people insult me. I'm happy to dish back what you dished to me. Roy, he also says, laughing at some dude saying, I don't want to go to your TP. That was another guy behind me that was saying that. That wasn't me. You can go back and watch it. Bro, I heard you. You're lying through your teeth. No, go watch the video and you'll see that was the guy to my side that was saying that. I don't want to go to your TP. And by the way, as I said, I'm happy to dish what people give me. I don't sit here and take anything from anyone, bro. You can do that if you want, but I won't. And that's how I run my life.
So much for joining us.
But what you're saying is false. That was the guy next to me saying that. So you can go back and rewind that and watch it.
It is great to be with you, Batya. Thanks for having me on. Very grateful. Congratulations on the show as well. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you so much.
Random, what's up, buddy? Good to have you, man. You're absolutely right. Royal sees and hears what he wants. That's very, do we have some, what do we have here? We have some, I got some more sounds on my soundboard. You guys ready for this? I got this one from Jesse Lee Peterson. Listen to this.
Really?
Yeah.
That's mind-blowing. You a slut. You a slut. You a slut.
That's another one.
Well, what does it make you if you have sex with different women?
A slut maker.
Well, what does it make you if you have sex with different women?
A slut maker. You a slut.
We got some more, bro. We got some good ones.
So you a gay? I didn't know you were gay. How did you become gay?
Here we go, bro. Oh, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
That's mind-blowing. You a slut. You a slut.
Well, what does it make you if you have sex with different women?
A slut maker.
JLP, bro. Holy cow, man. Oh, dude, no one ever wants to talk about due process. No one ever wants to talk about how they came in illegally. And if you're going to come into our country illegally, you can get your ass out of here illegally, bro. Get out of here. But they're getting their due process. Nice try, though. Nice try. They all have their deportation orders, bro. Yeah. Foamy. What's up, Foamy? Saw you yesterday on the live while I was scrolling through my chat. He says, bro, that walk you did yesterday was great. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Good looking out. I want to do more of those, man. I enjoy those. And I'm glad they're doing these No Kings rallies. I like getting them out so they're out there and I can go and talk to them. They wanted to skip due process. They did. So be it. They did skip due process. They decided they're just going to blitz into our country, bro. It was a full blitz. And we got to blitz them out. Get them out, bro. Due process doesn't apply to non-citizens. It's our Constitution, not foreign nationals. Thank you, State Line. Thank you, bro. That is exactly true. Due process is for us citizens, bro. First of all. And second of all, you came in here with no due. You didn't go through our process when you came in. What were you thinking, bro? You're going to come into our country like that? You think we're just a bunch of pushovers? Well, under Biden and the Democratic rule, under the elites, yeah, we're a bunch of pushovers. Not anymore. We're not pushovers, bro. And we're not going to sit here and act like a bunch of soy boys and losers. We're not going to do it. You're going to come in here illegally, bro. You can turn right back around and bounce, bro, for all I care. Are you illiterate or willfully dishonest? Please explain, bro. Please explain. What's up, Benjamin? How you doing, dude? Good to have you, man. Random says they're getting due process even though that isn't what they wanted. That is true, bro. They didn't want due process and we're giving it to them anyway. That is true, dude. Honestly. Yep.
Much. So let's begin with this. Is AOC right that the GOP is luring in men by legitimizing their racism and their desire to be kings?
Right, because you have Republicans who say men aren't toxic. Right, we want to celebrate masculinity. And what's happened with young men today is pretty remarkable. They've been told you should be responsible. You should respect women. You should get a job. You should work hard. You should actually go back to church. Be honorable. That's what they're called to do by this new movement within the Republican Party, and they've embraced it, which is wonderful. But I love your opening on the No Kings protest, which is actually a Hate America protest. Donald Trump King, he won the 7 swing states, he won the popular vote, and then everything he's doing, he actually ran on the campaign trail. He told everybody he was going to do this, and the majority of Americans voted for him. This is just disenfranchised Democrats.
That's amazing.
I love that. Did you hear that?
That's amazing.
Dude, please, let's hear that again.
Opening on the No Kings protest, which is actually a Hate America protest. Donald Trump King, He won the 7 swing states. He won the popular vote. And then everything he's doing, he actually ran on the campaign trail. He told everybody he was going to do this. And
sorry, guys, real quick. Jim Flawless says, I can't find you in YouTube, but this is cool. Jim Flawless, look up this, bro. Medication Live. Look at that. Look that up in one word. Search Medication Live, one word, and you'll find it.
And the majority of Americans voted for him. This is just disenfranchised Democrats, but also George Soros is funding it. The Socialists of America are funding and supporting it, and so are the communists.
Let me go into chat real quick because I asked you guys some questions. What's up, Le Greek? What's up, dude? Good to have you. Democrats, vegans, and atheists are the oddest people. I hate the YouTube algorithm. That's Le Greek is saying that. Min says they typically go through court before the ride home. That is exactly, Min. Thank you. Jim Flaw says, okay, I get the live one on the 13th. No, you'll see the live is live, bro. If you go to my homepage, or if you go click on my name and go to my channel page, you'll see my live. You guys responded here. Matthew didn't protest, but okay. Thank you. Christian says, Matthew, why didn't you protest Obama deportations? Another good question. You guys love to protest Trump, but not when your own guy deported way more than Trump. I'm going through these chats here, dude. Yep. Julianne says 48% voted Trump. That's not a majority, called a plurality. Latest CNN polls, Trump is 55%. Julianne is not thinking of the fact we're talking about the majority of the people that voted for Trump. He won the popular vote. Specifically, it's called a popular vote. He won that. The majority, not majority of the country, because not everybody voted. The majority of the people that voted for Trump. Yep. And based on regardless of that, even though that's true, we have a constitutional republic. We have representatives. And in this last election, Trump won by a landslide.
Of America supporting this rally. So again, it is the offbeat crew that lost and are angry that are going to come and protest and say Donald Trump is a king. No, he's just a great, strong American leader.
So speaking of work and jobs, you oversee a lot of truckers to whom you have become something of a hero. I don't know if you know this, but I've been talking to a lot of them. Your insistence that truck drivers have an English language proficiency in order to have that privilege of driving these big rigs, this is something that is extremely...
Getting back into chat, Royal Ramble, what's your question? He's asking about guns. What is it that you're trying to get to on that? President Trump won 90% of the counties. I didn't know that. I don't know that figure, but if that's true, that's a lot, Phil. He won the plurality. Nathan says constitutional republic. Yes, sir. Random says, I don't have the patience for this evening. Royal says, I was genuinely asking, didn't know how big of a Constitution supporter you are. I am a big supporter of the Constitution and the Second Amendment. What is your question? Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. Republic is not a democracy. Should I play the video so we all know what we are living in? Do you guys want me to play that video for you guys real quick? Let me show you real quick.
If you ask 100 people on the street, what kind of government is America supposed to be? 99% of them will tell you a democracy. But that's a lot.
Let me play it again. I want all of you guys to pay attention. All you guys talking about democracy and this and that and all this kind of stuff. Listen to this. You guys ready? Here we go. Let me put the sound on. 1, 2, 3.
If you ask 100 people on the street, what kind of government is America supposed to be? 99% of them will tell you a democracy. But that's a lie. The word democracy is not written into the Constitution at one time. It's not in the Bill of Rights. It's not in the Declaration of Independence. The Founding Fathers hated the idea of a democracy. They thought it was the worst form of government there is. And I agree with them. Because in a democracy, 51% of the people control 49% of the people. If you're part of the 49%, you're not free. America was founded as a constitutional republic. And in that constitutional republic that we have, 99% of the people can't take away the rights of 1%. You have your rights because you were born with them, human rights that nobody can take away from you. The government, the majority, no matter who they are, I can't take away your rights.
Yep.
And that's what our founding fathers gave us.
Yep.
But the psychological operations that they do to us, they make us believe that we're a democracy and that majority rules, you see? And they want you to believe that. Because then they tell you this poll says this many want this and this many want that and this many want this, and it doesn't have anything to do with anything. You hear George Bush saying democracy means freedom. No, democracy equals New World Order. Democracy equals slavery. The word democracy is not synonymous with freedom. It's the opposite of freedom. Democracy is the worst form of government you can have.
Do you guys understand what he's saying? The reason why he's saying what he's saying and the reason we are not a democracy, a pure democracy, is because if 51% of the people decide they want to vote for one certain kind of thing, they could literally change all of our lives. They could change our basic human rights. But we don't have that in this country. We have a constitution and we are a republic. 51% of the people cannot vote to change your rights. They can't take away your rights. 99% of people can't do that. They can't all vote to take away your rights. That's why we live in the country that we live in. You guys get that? That's the point. That's the point. You know what? I've never heard this before. Phil Ponder just mentioned something in chat. I never heard this before. This is actually, I'm gonna copy this and write this down. I like that. Let me put this in my notes, bro. Let me put this in, man. That was a good one. Phil Ponder says, a democracy is 2 wolves and a sheep voting what's for dinner. That's pretty strong, bro. That was a good one. I like that. That was really good. That's a good one, dude. You have your rights, and they can't be taken away by 51% of the people.
It's majority rule. And the government can tell you exactly what they want to tell you to do. Because the majority wants it. I don't care what the majority wants.
Did he really? This is my reel. I made this reel. And I watched this whole thing, and I made this reel out of that whole discussion. I got to go back and watch that. That's a good one, bro. W. Phil, bro. I like that. My man.
Once. I live my life as I choose. And if I don't commit violence, theft, or fraud against another human being, I can live my life as I wish. That's my choice. And if I'm allowed to make mistakes, because when you make mistakes, you learn from them. You grow as a human being. Yep. We're put on this earth to become the best individuals we can be, right? We're not here to put on this earth so that the government can tell us how to live our lives and what we must do. We put into these systems and these paradigms. No. If you ask 100 people on the street, what kind of...
That's what we're talking about, guys. That is what we're talking about. And by the way, I did a nice little dinner party last night. That's your boy right there. That's your boy right there, guys. Nice little dinner. That was fun. That was cool. That was a good time. Anyway, let's get back.
Important to truck drivers. It's extremely important to you. You have just withheld $40 million from California over its refusal to comply. Can you explain to our audience why this is so important?
Yeah, so first, just like when you go get your driver's license, you have to take a vision test. And if you don't have 20/20 vision, you're probably going to be required to wear glasses because it's a safety issue. This English proficiency requirement, it's not new. I didn't create it. It goes back a couple of decades, multiple presidents. It's just that I've said I'm going to enforce the law and make sure that there's compliance. And every state in the country who wasn't complying has started to comply, except for one. California has refused to comply and said, listen, we're not going to enforce that rule. You don't have to speak English. You don't have to understand.
W. Dan, bro. Medi, you have a hottie on your arm. Yes, sir. Miss Medication, they're talking about you. They're talking about, hey, woman. Hey, woman. Yeah. They're talking about you. They said they love you. They said you're great. What's up, Ange?
And road signs for you to operate in the state of California. The problem, Bate, is those who are licensed in California.
Libby wasn't there, Le Greek. But we got to find Libby, bro.
They can't speak English or understand road signs. They're getting in trucks and driving all through the other 49 states. And so they're endangering other lives in America because of the rules that California refuses to follow. So we're taking away money from California. We're going to drive safety. Even though Gavin Newsom, again, cares more about people who don't speak the language. And it's frustrating. Kind of one last thing about you. You mentioned the truckers like what we're doing. There's been companies, family companies that have been operating for 40, 50, 60 years in trucking. They've been decimated. They're about to go out of business. We're losing the American trucking industry to a bunch of people who've come in from the outside who don't speak the language. They've driven down the prices, and now our standard truckers can't make a living wage because of what's happened. Like you, Batia, I stand up for the American worker. I'm going to support them. I'm going to make sure we follow the rules, and they can do great work, but also earn a great wage.
I think you're excellently framing this because it's all part of a larger commitment from the administration to what is really a re-Americanization of the American workforce, ensuring that working class Americans have access to the American dream. Now, we're currently in a shutdown, though, and that dream is on hold for a lot of Americans, including a lot of Americans you work with closely, air traffic controllers. I want to play you a clip from a News Nation town hall this week in which an air traffic controller spoke to the shutdown. Let's have that.
Under the current political climate, do you think that this shutdown could actually be longer than the previous shutdowns due to the external pressures, political pressures that we're having an effect right now? Because I am actually driving DoorDash when I get off work just to kind of make sure I can pay for my daughter's tuition.
So this is Jack, who actually has to drive for DoorDash in order to pay his bills. Now, I imagine, Secretary Duffy, to you, this is an easy question. Well, you know, this is the Democrats' fault, but you're a man who has 9 children. I'm sure at some point throughout your parenting, you get to a stage where you feel a little bit like, okay, I don't care who started it, just put an end to it. What is your message to someone like Jack?
Thanks, Ange. We were just at like 1,700 not long ago in this stream earlier, like about 30 minutes ago, I think. About 30 minutes. It was pretty good. But it's going. Happy Sunday, everyone.
Jack.
So first off, I'm so grateful for our controllers who last Tuesday got 90% of their pay, not the full 100%. They are not going to get paid in the next round because of this shutdown. And again, for guys like Jack, I'm grateful. But I think it's important for America to understand that we're asking our air traffic controllers to not just work 5 days or 40 hours a week. We're asking them to work oftentimes 6 days, 50 plus hours a week because we don't have enough controllers. And then to think, Batia, that after that they have to go and drive for DoorDash or drive for Uber, so they're going to have enough money to put food on the table or pay their mortgage. It's unacceptable. And they're frustrated. They deserve to be treated better. And I don't think they can reconcile why Democrats want to support health care for illegal migrants and put those people over their paychecks and those people who keep our skies safe. And so, but this is an important point. At some point, you don't care who started it, you want it to end. But you also can't be held hostage, right? I mean, Mike Johnson and John Thune have said, listen, let's just have a clean CR. Let's open up the government, current funding levels, and let's negotiate over the course of the next 6 weeks. Democrats have said, no, we're going to shut down the government. The difference, Batya, is that Republicans are trying to minimize the pain on the American people. Donald Trump saying, let's pay troops. How could we pay air traffic controllers? What could we do to minimize the pain? Remember back when the shutdown happened under Barack Obama, he made it painful as possible. Put barriers around our open air museums and monuments and memorials in Washington, D.C. So people who came to see those memorials or monuments, they couldn't go in
What's up, Ash Rose?
Because of the shutdown. He shut down our trails in the national forests, trying to inflict pain. Republicans don't do that. We're trying to minimize the pain that Democrats are inflicting on our people. I hope Democrats come to their senses really quickly, because yesterday at the DNC, their national headquarters, they're on the rooftop partying, drinking booze, drinking wine, having a yay all time, all the while American citizens are suffering. It's shameful.
How is the president talking about the shutdown? Is he very anxious for it to end? What does he say to you about this?
So first off, the president's a deal maker. You covered what's happened in Gaza, and he's ended 7, 8 wars. I mean, he's really good at it, and his heart is probably to negotiate. But he understands that if you negotiate with
Eric M in the chat says, it's crazy to think the majority of Trump supporters work 2 jobs while Harris supporters don't work at all. That was an actual fact on Politico. Interesting. I'd love to play that clip if you find it.
With Democrats who are trying to hold you hostage, they'll never stop holding you hostage. And again, especially when Republicans are giving you a clean CR, clean funding. I think he understands that, and he's frustrated. He wants Democrats to come to their senses.
I'm going to say something here, and I'm just kind of speculating. Royal Ramble just mentioned that he's independent. And guys, tell me if you've noticed this. Have you realized that so many people that are against Republicans don't claim they're Democrat anymore? They're all somehow they became independents, and they're afraid to say they're Democrats. I think they're closet Democrats. Is that the right term? And when you try to talk to them or debate them or discuss them, they go, oh, no, I'm not Democrat either. Why'd you assume that? It's like, yeah, because 99% of the time when you're not Republican, you're a Democrat. And then when you say that to them, they go, no, I'm not Democrat. Oh, I can't believe you said I'm a Democrat. It's like, mighty fishy. You guys agree? Yep. Boo Boo says yep. Astro says yep. Looking at this chat. Nathan agrees. Yeah. All of a sudden, bro, these guys are when you talk to them and you're confronting them, all of a sudden they're independents. I didn't know there was that many independents. And this guy Royal Ramble, if you like Bernie, are you not upset when the Democrats gave you Hillary when actually Bernie got the majority of the primary votes? Tell us that. Will you denounce the Democrats for doing that? But it's funny, bro, how so many people are all of us, even in the streets, when I was on the streets yesterday, they were doing that shit too. Yeah, Royal Ramble, I was a Democrat when Bernie when Bernie got the majority of the primary votes. That's how recent I was on the left. I just came to the right. Well, that's my right. This is your left, and this is your right. Please play my post. Which did you send me one? Did you send me another one? They screwed Bernie, bro. I'm one of the people that think Bernie had that thinks Bernie had a better chance of going against Trump than Hillary. Bernie had momentum. Bernie had the young vote. Bernie had the younger guys. You just sent it now. Let me pull it up, bro. Let me pull it up. Where did you send it? Did you send it in Discord? Where are you? Are you send it on YouTube or on Instagram? We got to get you on Discord, bro. That's a great place to send me clips. And you guys can join my Discord too. Live YouTube. Thanks, Medi. Live YouTube. James, I gotta see. Matthew looks young. Maybe he'll wake up. I hate Hillary. She screwed everyone. James, can you send it on Discord, bro? Because I don't see where you sent it. Is it like on this actual video? Let me see here, bro. Is it on this actual video? Like a comment? Yeah, I can't pull it up, man. But if you can send it, if you could send it on Discord, man, that would be great. Here's my Discord. Let me get it to you. Let me get it over to you. 1 second, bro. 1 second. The link is on my YouTube page, my channel page, if you go to my actual channel page, but here it is. This should work right here. That's my Discord link. Let me know when you send it. I'll pull it up. When you go to Discord, there's a public channel. You can just post it right there. And then we have a members as well.
But again, he's going to have to wait him out, as is the House and the Senate. And by the way, I lived through these two, Batya. There's a fuel to a shutdown. You don't know when that fuel is going to burn out. I hope, though, that after the Hate America protest that's happening today, that will end and Democrats will come to their senses and let America keep working and keep functioning.
So I have to ask you about some
Yeah, James, let me know exactly where you sent it because I don't see the link.
current events. John.
Maybe tag me in the video or something like that, or if you're not if you don't want to go to Discord.
Bolton was indicted on what sound like some actually very serious charges of mishandling classified documents. Of course, presumption of innocence until he's proven guilty, but these are serious charges. He joins Tish James, Jim Comey, other critics of the president. I guess my question to you is this a scary time to be a public servant? Do you guys ever discuss this in the cabinet amongst yourselves? What's the scuttlebutt on these indictments?
Well, listen, I think it's important that everyone follow the law, right? If you're a Republican or Democrat, just because you serve the public at a high level doesn't mean you get a get out of jail free card. That's not the way it works. And I think if you even look back to Hillary Clinton and what happened with the classified emails and the bleach bidding of her server and not preserving records, you know, there was a lot there and she wasn't prosecuted. A lot of people were frustrated by that she was above the law. Donald Trump was prosecuted to the nth degree, and he didn't do anything, but he was prosecuted. I think we want to get back to, hey, listen, let's enforce the law. People should follow it, and I think if that's the model, we'll see what happens with John Bolton. We'll see what happens with Comey, but that should be the standard that we all live by in America.
We had a mayoral debate for the New York City mayoral race.
Who is this? Who is this that just wrote this in chat? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, Boo Boo. Boo Boo says, if you are not a Democrat by 25, you have no heart. That's what it felt like because I was a Democrat all that time. And again, guys, I'm from Southern California, so majority of us are Democrats by the time, you know, in our younger parts of our lives. He says, if you're not a Democrat by 25, you have no heart. And if you're not a Republican by 35, you have no brains. That is pretty strong, bro. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. He says it's titled He Nailed It. Okay, so titled He Nailed It. Let's see. James, where are you, bro? Where are you? James Henry.
It was Mamdani, Cuomo, Sliwa. Mamdani is pretty much on track to win. Do you have plans to withhold funding, maybe for this new Penn Station overhaul if he doesn't comply with ICE deportations? What can we expect from the cabinet, the Trump administration, from you if he wins and then puts up a fight on these important aspects of the president's agenda?
You know, listen, we have certain rules and guidelines by which we operate at DOT. I also work for the president. It's really interesting. Oftentimes, the city of New York has not been that great to Donald Trump during the presidential years. He still loves New York. In his budget, he put in the 2nd Avenue subway. He put in his budget the Gateway Project. He also supports the Penn Station rebuild. Again, we'll have to navigate those scenarios when they come, should they come. I hope that Mamdani, gets past the rhetoric and sees how you can actually govern and how there is a partnership between, state, local, and federal governments. If he
comes for and still be a Democrat, and they
debate policy and have just to go. And yet, the next day, there was a headline that actually the Democrats are trying to oust John Fetterman. What do you make of that? It's unfortunate. I think we've finding common ground, but I have to say that the standout star was John Fetterman. He had a really viral moment that I think got to the heart of it. Let's play that.
I grew up in a conservative part of Pennsylvania, and I grew up and I know and I love people that voted for President Trump. But they are not fascists. They're not Nazis. They're not trying to destroy the Constitution, those things. And that's part of another thing. I refuse to call people Nazis or fascists, or I would never compare anybody to Hitler and those things.
So, Maura, I see that, and I think
I agree, Jonah.
That is where the Democrats should be trying to go. And yet, the next day, there was a headline that actually the Democrats are trying to oust John Fetterman. What do you make of that?
It's unfortunate. I think we've gotten so far into identity politics and blanket statements like that, and where people say all Republicans are trying to ruin the country. We lose respectful dialogue, adult conversations, and productive conversations when we make blanket statements like that, derogatory statements. But putting this label on people we can debate ideas and debate policy and have disagreements, but to go after someone's character simply because you don't like where they stand on an issue.
See you later, Royal.
That's just problematic across the board.
Yeah, Mark, help us understand Le Phenom Fetterman. I mean, what is going on there with the Democrats? Why can't they see what I see, which is this is what everyone is looking for?
Yeah, I don't know, really. I've covered it and studied it. I don't know how he's gotten to this point where he's saying stuff that not only most Democrats aren't saying, but he's being attacked for it. And as you said, they're talking about trying to oust him in a primary. Because what he's saying, of course, 20 years ago would not have been controversial. Whether it's his health issues, whether it's the state he's from.
It's Democrat cancel culture, exactly what James is saying. And it's, but the funny thing is, man, I think if more Democrats were like Fetterman, they could do really well. They could win an election. Right now, they're just continuing and perpetuating the same thing that lost them the election with Trump. It doesn't seem like they've made any adjustments, and they're continuing to spiral down, and they're doubling down on some of the stupid shit they were doing.
I don't know. I will say, though, that it's very difficult to be for anything Donald Trump's for and still be a Democrat, and they're on the other side of this.
What's up, buddy? I can't read your name on YouTube. I don't know what it is, but he says, how did the rest of the night go? Rest of the night went really well. I've kind of wrapped up at that time, and then I ended up going to a dinner party. And this was one of the pictures from the dinner party here. I went with Miss Medication, and we had fun. It was a birthday turned into it was someone's birthday that we went to. Nice big birthday party. and it turned into a what do you call it, man? Why am I blanking? A proposal and an engagement. So the guy that it was his birthday ended up proposing to his girl that night, and now they're engaged. So it was pretty wild. It was fun stuff. But this was me and Miss Medication last night. Really good time. Thank you for asking. Thank you. Thank you.
This notion of sometimes you have to do business and politics with people you don't like, but it's not that they just don't like Donald Trump. They think he is evil.
And it's so amazing.
He says, nice. I'm Lex John. Good to meet you, Lex.
Because Fetterman votes with his party 94%
Yeah.
of the time. All right, let's talk briefly about John Bolton. 18 counts of mishandling classified information. Maura, is this revenge or justice?
Well, you know, you can debate all you want about the motives behind it, right? But that doesn't necessarily take away from any validity there. I think that the fact that there was an indictment means that John Bolton has.
Phil Ponder, good to have you, buddy. Thank you, man. Glad to have you as well, dude. Thanks for being part of it, and we'll see you very soon, man. Have a good day.
The opportunity then to push back on those, right? He has the ability in our system of law. He is a well.
What's up, Void? Void says pretending to be a surgeon is the same as should be the same as stolen valor. Is he not a surgeon?
Allowed to and has the right to defend himself. But I do think that it doesn't take away from the fact that this was valid enough to bring it up. So the fact that it is valid is a question mark. The motive does appear and feel as though it is personal. The president even kind of said so, but it doesn't mean that there's not an indictment worth having. And so he does need to explain to the American people what happened and defend himself pretty adamantly. I think that it's telling.
Yeah, Mark, when I saw that was supposed to be a DM to Pam Bondi and the president actually ended up tweeting out, I was like, oh, wow, he really is doing revenge. Then you read the indictment and you're like, oh, gosh, looks like John Bolton may have done some pretty bad things. Where do you fall down on this?
Well, too much stuff is classified, and the prosecution of people who mishandle classified information is too uneven for my taste. But there's no doubt that this indictment is not frivolous, whether it warranted being indicted, whether it would have happened if he weren't the president's enemy. I think that's pretty clear, but it doesn't mean he shouldn't have been indicted. It doesn't mean he won't be convicted. I'm just against lawfare in general, no matter who's bringing it and who the victim is. I think it's horrible for the country because, amongst other things, it's unfair to individuals and it undermines the rule of law.
I'm curious what Batia's going to say in response to that, but I want to respond also to Lex. Lex says, saw a bunch of betas and bunch of gray-haired libs.
Beta male.
There was a bunch of
Beta male.
males out there, bro.
Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male. What the?
And so, yeah, there was a bunch of them, bro. And you saw, I would go up to them, I would hit them up, and they could not back up what they're out there for. I had a girl out there with the flag upside down. Ask her what she's there for. Couldn't explain it. Ask her, what's your biggest thing? What's the biggest reason you're out here? Couldn't explain it.
Beta male.
So you are gay? I didn't know you were gay. How did you become gay? How did you become gay?
Bro, I got some more on here, man. I got some more. I gotta learn where I put them. Where is it?
Really?
Yeah.
That's mind blowing. You're a slut. You're a slut.
You're a slut.
You're a slut.
So.
Well, what does it make you if you have sex with different women?
A slut maker.
Bro.
You're a slut.
Well, what does it make you if you have sex with different women?
A slut maker.
Oh, shit. Bro, you know what? Let's go here. Let's go and see what he's got to say for us, bro. All right. Oh, Void says, Void was responding, bro. I didn't even see it. Damn. It's at least defamation. I think pretending to be a surgeon, it's at least defamation. We could contact Bradley and ask if he made these comments, or was it his son Matthew? If he's gonna lie so openly about something so menial, he will lie about more. He said his age was 35 when called out, then stated he was a surgeon under a different name who was 58. Jesus. Lexa, JP always brings a smile to my face, and mine as well, bro. You guys ready? Here we go. Boo Boo says, Void and I were talking about Matthew lying in the chat. Yeah, I saw that. I was just curious what happened, if we got to the bottom of that or what the heck is going on. But I like your guys' persistence and following up on it. Dang, Miss Medication is making some food. Huh? Here we go.
I'm white, you're black. We want to fight for black and white. Well, you know, we want to fight for our own interests. I think that.
No, I fight for what is right.
Do you think it's right for black and white people to be equal?
Right. Huh?
Do you think it's right for black and white people to be equal in like an ideal society?
I don't know you guys when you say equal.
I'm white, you're black. We want to fight for black and white. Well, you know, we want to fight for our own interests. I think that.
No, I fight for what is right.
Do you think it's right for black people and white people to be equal?
Right. Huh?
Do you think it's right for black and white people to be equal in like an ideal society?
I don't know you guys when you say equal.
Good work, Void. Love it, bro.
Same legal rights.
You cannot make a person equal. Only God can do that. And he did that when he created us all, and that he created us in his image. And no human being can make you equal to anybody or anything else.
Fair, not on an individual level. Do you think that black and white people should have equal legal rights, equal access to education, healthcare, that sort of thing?
We have that.
Oh, well then I'm glad we agree. That's the right thing, huh? There are a lot of black conservatives who I think don't vote in their class interests. For example, being a fan of Trump, I don't know about that one. That seems like some propagandizing.
So you think that blacks who support the Great White Hope should not support him?
The Great White Hope. The Great White Hope.
For what reason?
I think that a lot of them are mistaken, yeah. I don't think they meaningfully represent his interests. Well,
We are individuals.
So I studied this in school. I'm very interested
by
this.
Go back and get your money. They brainwash you. They lie to you.
Listen, let me tell you, if I could get that money back, I'd do it.
The dude fights to get in his clothes. He ain't fighting nobody, bro. The Great White Hope, baby.
The Great White, the Great White Hope.
We are individuals.
So I studied this in school. I'm very interested by this.
Go back and get your money.
They go back and get your money.
Brainwash you. They lie to you.
Listen, let me tell you.
They lied to you.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
That's a lie.
If I could get that money back, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Do you see now that they lied to you? Why do you? And that's why you see blacks have victims.
A quick question: do you believe improving the?
What's up, surfer dude? Yeah, how you doing, man? Doing good, but just got home from. Welcome back, bro. I got you. Now that you're home from vacay, dude, we're gonna have some fun, bro. We got JLP on, dude.
Environment a person grows up in can increase the likelihood of them succeeding, owning property, getting wealthy.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Like if you, for example, if you go to a better school, if your dad isn't locked up in prison, if you have more generational wealth, do you think these things increase the chance of you succeeding in the long term?
It does.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking, why don't you people recommend that black people get married and so they have good parents to guide them rather than putting them in a victim box and making them think that they can't make it and then using them to promote homosexuality, lesbianism.
Oh,
I love that, bro. Homosexuality, lesbianism. He makes up words and shit. And we know what he's saying. Fucking guy, bro. He's so good. Oh, dude, I gotta go back. I'm sorry, dude. That might be another sound clip I put on the soundboard. Lesbiani.
Of you succeeding in the long term.
It does.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking, why don't you people recommend that black people get married and so they have good parents to guide them rather than putting them in a victim box and making them think that they can't make it and then using them to promote homosexuality, lesbianism.
Oh,
lesbianism.
I defend lesbians on my own time. I don't need no black.
So why do you people put the blacks in a box?
Oh my God!
I defend lesbians on my own time. I don't need no black.
Hold on. 1 minute 48 seconds. I gotta go ahead and mark this on my notes because I'm gonna make that lesbiani. Oh my God, bro, this is so good. Hold on. 1 minute 48 seconds. He already gave it to us in 1 minute and 48 seconds, bro. Good old Jesse Lee Peterson, baby. Hell yeah, Ange. Beta. This dude is a
Beta male.
damn, bro.
Beta male.
Come on, bro.
Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male.
Lesbian. God, just when I thought you couldn't love him even more, dude, look at this.
To guide them rather than putting them in a victim box and making them think that they can't make it, and then using them to promote homosexuality, lesbian. Lesbian.
I defend lesbians on my own time. I don't need no blacks
So why
to do that.
you people put the blacks in a box to use them rather than
guys, please
telling
Tell you
them being honest blacks in a box to use them rather than telling
Tell you
them being honest with them
Let's meet
about
50,
what they
50.
really
We can
do.
compromise on this.
I
love helping
and
people.
so you don't think that black conservatives should vote for Donald Trump?
Nah.
You don't think that?
I don't think anyone should.
You don't think
especially
that
not
black
conservatives.
conservatives should have their own minds to do what they want?
Oh no, they should be able to do what
Do
they
you
want.
think they should?
Dude, this is so good. But still, lesbian. That's my new favorite word for the week, bro. Lesbian.
That black conservatives.
Hold on.
I defend lesbians.
Them think that they can't. Them think that they can, and then using them to promote homosexuality, lesbian. Lesbian.
I defend lesbians on my own time. I don't need no blacks
So why
to do that.
you people put the blacks in a box to use them rather than telling
Tell you
them, being honest with them
Let's meet
about
50,
what they
50.
really
We can
do?
compromise on this.
I
love helping
And
people.
so you don't think that black conservatives should vote for Donald Trump?
Nah.
You don't think that?
I don't think anyone should.
You
but
don't think
especially
that
not
black
conservatives.
conservatives should?
What's up, Five? What's up, guys? Tamara, what's going on? Good to have you back. These turds keep going on the show. I'm reading chat. He says, Alexa, these turds keep going on the show thinking they will not end up looking like douche betas. How dumb do you have to be? I think they love the attention. Jem says, I spell it lesbiani. Oh, bro. Eric, he is instant offense off the bench every time. Never disappoints, bro. Jim Flawless. I have a question, Truth. Did anyone ever really see a true black person or a true white person? I have seen some people very dark brown and some people very light. Jesus, bro. Oh my God. Texas Power says people like this will argue with a black man and pretend that they know better for him. What's better for him? Liberals are really good at putting groups into boxes and busting out the label maker to catalog them. Yeah. Surfer Dude, damn, 6,200 subscribes. You just broke 4K a week ago. Yeah, bro, we're moving fast. We're at 6,180. And we're moving, bro. We're fucking grooving, bro. We're going, bro. Yeah. Love it. Min, Ange says, Min, did you come over to Discord? She did. Min's over on Discord side. You guys jump on the Discord. Dude, we got all the sound. And Crazy Ange says, you are gay?
So you are gay? I didn't know you were gay. How did you become gay? How did you become gay?
How did you become gay? So you are gay?
Are you out of your cotton picking mind?
So you are gay?
So you are gay?
The way he says it, bro.
So you are gay?
So you are gay?
So you are gay?
Oh.
You have their own minds to do what they want?
Oh no, they should be able to do what they want.
Do you think they should vote like the radical blacks who are voting for Democrats?
Absolutely.
So you don't think that black conservatives have the right to be individuals?
Oh no, they have the right, and I have the right to disagree.
And think and do for themselves.
Oh, they can totally do what they want. I have the right to complain about it.
So why are you
Free
putting
country.
them down for standing and being individuals?
It's not so much that I'm doing it for them being individuals. I'm putting them down for making bad decisions.
So you're saying blacks don't have the common sense to make good decisions for themselves?
A lot of people don't. I don't like.
How about the black
whites who,
conservatives? They don't have the common sense to make decisions for themselves?
I would say that being a black conservative pretty much like categorically means you don't have much common sense, yeah.
To make decisions for themselves?
Yeah, at least politically.
That's why you call Candace Owens a Nazi?
Oh yeah. Oh, I love calling Candace Owens a Nazi. She's pretty, isn't she?
Because she's black, she doesn't have sense enough to think and do for herself?
Oh no, I call plenty of whites Nazis too, don't worry.
But Candace Owens is a conservative, and you just said conservative blacks don't have the common sense to think and do for themselves. So that's why you call Candace Owens a Nazi?
I think that a black Nazi probably is lacking some sense of self-preservation, but I call lots of folks Nazis, and I would say all conservatives probably lack in common sense.
As a black conservative, why is she one for have her own opinion?
I think that white Nazis are also bad.
I'm talking about Candace Owens now.
Oh, that she has every right to express her opinion. I have every right to.
Surfer dude, does the excuse me, does the Discord link work for you? I'm curious, because James is it's not working for him.
Call her very mean names for expressing those opinions.
Do you hate black conservatives?
I hate conservatives. Do I hate black conservatives?
How about black ones?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I do love all people, but I hate black conservatives and white conservatives.
Why do you hate black conservatives?
I hate all conservatives, but black conservatives, because they have the gall of being conservative while having experienced more apropos than any other group in this country what it means to be under the heel of a white supremacist state. It seems to me they're the ones who should have the greatest interest in voting against it.
Do you believe that America has always been a white supremacist state?
Since day one.
How is it that when I was growing up, under the Jim Crow laws, on a plantation, that black people did better than they are today? They had families, they got married, abortion was unheard of, they bought land, they built businesses, they became professionals, they went to college, those that wanted to go, and they did very, very well. If America is a Nazi country, why were blacks able to do better then than they are today?
Because white folk got more clever. Yeah, back in the day, the way they discriminated against blacks, all on the books. Black people can't use this school, this water fountain. Nowadays, they're much more clever. Drug war, systemic deregulation of certain industries, stripping funds from ghettos. That way, you keep the blacks in line, but you do it without a single racist law in the books. And things have gotten worse, you're right.
What is wrong with black people that they allow themselves, because they were not like that prior to, after the civil rights movement. What is wrong with black people that they allow themselves to be kept in a certain place or used in that way today?
I don't think there's anything
because
wrong
they
with
did
them.
not allow that prior to the civil rights movement. What's wrong with them, the men and women in the black families and black community, that they allow that to happen to them today?
That's kind of like asking what a wife did to deserve getting beaten by her husband, don't you think? I don't think they did anything wrong. I think they were the victims of an abusive system.
But what is wrong with...
Jem, you're exactly right, bro. He grew up on a plantation, and these college liberals try to tell him how black people should think and what black people should be doing, and how black people are idiots for being conservatives.
With them that they can't overcome circumstances as everyone else are doing.
I mean,
what is
because
wrong
they're
with
targeted
the
against
blacks?
them.
What is wrong with them that they can't overcome the target against them?
It's because conservatives in government hate black people. So they very specifically target black people when they're looking for ways to
Do you
discriminate
hate black
against
people?
minorities. I love black people.
How are you able to do so well and they are not?
Well, for one, I was born to upper middle class parents. I was born in Beverly Hills. I went to an incredibly good school district. I was able to get funding from my parents to help me with my education. I had contacts with
Why
my
not
parents'
recommend that for them instead of
I don't know if I can recommend they get born to upper middle class parents, but
oh, you can't. You can't recommend that they, because most of the children, 70% of black babies born out of wedlock. Is that good for black people?
Oh no, not at all.
Does it hurt them?
Oh yeah.
In what way?
Oh, I mean, it's huge. If you're a single mother raising a kid, statistically more likely for them to commit crime, for them to be locked up in jail, lower household income. Absolutely, it's
so
a huge
why
problem.
not recommend that they overcome that? Stop doing that.
I do, and I by the way, I vote for systemic changes that'll make it more likely for them to stop doing
What
that.
is a man?
I think a man is someone who identifies as one.
And what is a Nazi?
I would say that a Nazi is somebody who believes in white supremacy, who believes that an international cabal of Jewish people are using immigration from the third world to propagate sort of the destruction of the white race.
Are you white?
I am.
Are you Jewish?
I am not Jewish.
But you're
I've
white.
been told I'm Jewish.
And so are you a Nazi?
I am not a Nazi.
And what made you not? Why is it that you're not a Nazi? You're white, and you live well, and you're doing well, you live in Beverly Hills.
I love black people.
Why is it that you're not? You don't love black people?
I do love black people. I love them, and I
hate
love
black
you.
people.
I love black
No.
people. Why would I hate black people?
Because you recommend the worst for them instead of the good.
But we agree.
But let me
We
ask
should
you, why
encourage
is it
them.
that you're not a Nazi?
Well, I grew up with parents who were pretty liberal, so maybe if I'd grown up with Nazi parents, I could have been a Nazi. Also, I grew up in a very Jewish neighborhood.
And tell me again, what is a Nazi?
I would say a white supremacist who believes that the Jewish people are orchestrating a conspiracy to destroy white.
Exactly, and straight beta.
White people.
Beta.
And what is a white supremacist?
Somebody who believes either that white people are superior than other races, or that they should orchestrate some kind of society that prioritizes white people as like an in-group preference.
So Louis Farrakhan believed that blacks are superior to whites.
Yeah, I hate that.
What's up, MC Builder? You're watching some loony dude trying to tell a black guy how he's supposed to think.
And he wanted a state with just blacks only. And there are other black people who feel that way too. Are they black supremacists?
Oh yeah, no, I don't like those people at all.
They're no different than a white person who think that way?
They're pretty much in the same ballpark, yeah.
There are Mexicans who feel that way too, about that they are better than any other race.
I've never met a Mexican supremacist.
But there are Mexicans who think they're better than whites and blacks. Are they Mexican supremacists?
I admit, I've never met them. They probably do exist, though. Yeah, they'd be Mexican supremacists.
And
I hate those guys, too.
This idea of men and women who are in the fallen state believe that they're better than the other person. So anyone who feels that way is a supremacist, right?
No, it has to be a categorical racial thing. Like, for instance, someone
Why does it have to be a categorical racist thing?
Well, there are some people, like, for example, my girlfriend in the audience probably likes me more than you just because I live with her, right? But she doesn't believe that I was endowed at birth because I'm white with a higher intellectual capacity. I bet she believes she's better than you. Maybe.
Is that supremacist?
No, because it's not a racial sort of construct that she's expressing that supremacy for.
So it have to be.
I think I'm taller than
what do
her.
you mean by it has to be a racial thing? It means that any race that feel that they are superior to another race?
Yeah, I don't like it when
so
people
Louis
feel.
Farrakhan and Jeremiah Wright Jr. and all those people who hate the Jews and hate the whites, are they black supremacists?
Yeah, they're basically black Nazis. I mean, they've gone right around the other side. But
and are they black supremacists?
Yeah, totally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so are they black supremacists for complaining about white people?
Nah, I mean, hey, I complain about women all the time, but I'm not sexist against women.
I bet you're not.
Yeah.
Amazing. And so,
exactly. Eric says, my ancestors were slaves of Vikings and the Normans. Can I get reparations? We all will get reparations for one thing or another if we go back long enough, far enough, and go scour through history and find out, well, this group did this to this group and that group did this. And it goes all the way back to when the first caveman hit another caveman in the head to take his wife or his cave. Does that caveman and all of his descendants get reparations from that other second caveman that came and won his cave? Where does this start? Bacteria? How about bacteria? How far back do we go? When one bacteria beat another bacteria, then the descendants of that bacteria.
Amazing.
Like, where do we go?
Say white supremacists.
No.
I'm sorry?
That was a mixed answer. I grew up with a lot of Jewish folk. I complain about them from time to time because some of them were real annoying.
So are white people Jewish supremacy for complaining and disagreeing with the Jews?
Sometimes.
Are white people supremacists for
Scott, I have to do the yes or no?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I see. Amazing. I love
it.
Amazing.
That's amazing.
Damn. You know what? Let's go with yes. Anytime any group of people complains about any other group of people, I think that they're basically Nazis. I'm willing to take that road.
So the blacks are Nazis for complaining
Blacks,
and attacking.
whites, Jews, women, men,
so
we're all
blacks
Nazis.
are Nazi and and black supremacists for complaining about whites, disagreeing with them, knocking them out. They are black Nazi supremacists, right?
Do you love Nazis?
No, I'm asking you, are you saying that they're black Nazi supremacists?
Yes.
Black people are?
All black people, yes, including you.
That do that?
Yes.
Okay.
You think
and
you're better than me,
likewise,
don't you?
you think that white people are when they do it to Jews?
Wow.
Yes.
And when Jews complain about whites and blacks, are they Nazis and Jewish supremacists?
Jewish Nazis, yes.
Are they supremacists?
Yeah.
See, JLP is just exposing the retardation that's taking place right before our eyes. Not just on the screen with this guy with this shirt that's 3 sizes too small, but with the loonies in these No Kings rallies, and all the other wackos that have lost their minds over a loss of an election, the correction of a lifetime.
Yes, Jewish supremacists, Jewish Nazis.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Miss Medication.
They complain about white people.
Do you support Antifa? On so you can...
Oh yeah, I'm a big. Ooh, I've got the red, I've got the black. I'm here for it. Where's the fascists at?
Why are they so cowardly and so angry and so nasty and so mean? And they're such
Ku Klux
cowards
Klan
that they
wore
have, and that they have to hide their faces because they're cowards. Why, if they feel that they're right or believe that they're right about what they are doing, why do they need to hide their faces?
The Ku Klux Klan wears hoods too to block their face.
I'm asking about Antifa. Why are they hiding their faces if they were not cowards and they believe what they're doing is the right thing?
Because they don't want to be targeted by police afterwards.
They don't want to be, what do it mean?
Oh, because police tend to work with white supremacist organizations.
They work with Nazi more than they do white people who are standing up for what is right.
Police and white people get along like butter and bread,
no,
my friend.
They don't. They let
police love white people. They love white supremacists. They love it.
I don't believe that the police officers themselves agree with Antifa. I believe that the upper bosses or whomever control
them. Oh, they hate Antifa. They love the white supremacists. They tell them to back down and allow Antifa to attack the white men and women who are standing up for America. Is that right? No, I'm pretty sure cops
and Antifa
right fight more than cops and white supremacists.
Antifa is white, so is that right for them to be allowed to do that?
For them to be allowed to do what?
To stand back and allow them to come like little cowards, hiding their faces, and attacking white folks who are standing up for America.
Surfer Dude says, I don't think No Kings raging against a law is raging against a lost election. It's opposition to an authoritarian government, stripping power from the people and removing checks and balances. Well, you just missed the segment where we looked at a few things, and it's very much a protest against an elected president doing the very things that he was elected to do. That's what the No Kings is. He's not a king. He was elected by a popular vote. And by what, depending on how you look at it, it's clearly a landslide if you look at the Electoral College. And he campaigned on the very things that he is doing. That's what we voted for. They are protesting, the No Kings protesters are protesting against us, their fellow Americans. We voted for this. We wanted this to happen. We want to clean up our country. We want to fix our immigration system and start by cleaning us up first, then fixing our system. We want him to deport people that broke into our country illegally, invaded our country, blitzed into our country. We voted for this. Nathan says, I voted for this. That's for sure. Lex says, if we had a king, there would not be any No Kings rallies. It's simple elections, consequences. Deal with it. What? Oh. We want safe streets, Fluke says. Jonah says, MAGA loves immigrants, just not the illegal ones. Thank you. I tried explaining that yesterday on the streets. I'm a product of immigrants that came here legally. They're not protesting a king. They're protesting a lost election and the consequences of that lost election. They're protesting. What they're doing is they're showing the world they cannot take an L. When you lose a war, you have to take the L and move on. When you lose an election, you have to take the L and move on. They're protesting the loss of an election. They're protesting the results that came out. They're protesting the actions that come out of an actual normal election in our country. Someone gets elected and then this doesn't always happen, actually follows through with the things that he was elected on, the things he campaigned on. It's not common for the left. It hasn't been common in the last, I don't know how many years, how many election cycles, because they don't do the things they campaign on. Daddy Trump does. He does. He says, dude, I'm going to go like this, and then I'm going to go like that, and then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do that. And we're like, oh, perfect. That's what we want. We'll vote for you. And then guess what he does when he comes into office? He does exactly what those things are. Do I have to go to this screen so you can see me more clearly? Oh, why is it upside down? Holy cow. Let me go like this. Oh, wait. Let's just fix it. He did all of those things that he said he was going to do. Jonah says, LOL, that Daddy Trump was rage baiting someone in chat yesterday. Yeah, bro. I know, bro. It was so good. They love it. They love it, bro. Remember that guy? I was walking by, he goes, F Trump. I go, Trump is your daddy. And the dude lost it. And I know chat lost it too, bro. Jem says, I caught an interview with Cory Booker, and he told reporters, you know Democrats don't govern how they campaign. State Line says, bottom line is that we're all being played to distract us from what's coming. Both sides are. And then Lex says, you told him to take the L. You were nice about it. Yeah. You got to take your L. And I say that about a lot of things. And I said that about Palestine and Israel. And I know I might lose some of you. I might gain some of you. I don't really care. This is how I feel. Palestinians have been on the losing end of wars for a long time. But they don't know how to take an L and work on themselves and govern themselves and create a better life for themselves. That's nobody wants to come out and say it, but dude, you lost. Take your L and improve yourself in some way. People yesterday were talking about how United States is you're on stolen land. This was Mexico. This belongs to Mexico. I said, well, dude, Mexico lost. We won. Mexico took the L. Mexico took the L. There's a reason why Mexico doesn't come knocking on the door saying, hey, bro, we're coming to fight you to take this back. Because it'll be bad news. It'll be bad news. There's a winner and there's a loser. The loser takes the L, if they're smart, and fixes themselves and works on themselves. The winner, hopefully, being a winner, it takes a lot to be a winner. So, theoretically, the winner can improve things for themselves and make something better. And that's what we did. We were the winners. So what do? We took what we won and we created the greatest country in the world. The greatest country on the planet. That's what you do. And quite frankly, the Mexicans that are in here, or whatever people that are in here that are saying this is stolen land, this is Mexico land or whatever, they should be happy that we won and we created the greatest country in the world. Whether you're Native American, Mexican, or Canadian, or whatever it is, be happy. We won. We created the greatest country in the world so that all of you guys can come back in and enjoy the benefits. It's a wonderful thing. Don't come in here and fly the flag upside down and burn the flag and all this kind of stuff. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your cotton picking?
Are you out of your cotton picking mind? Are you out of your cotton picking mind?
Come on now. Was that clear enough for you? Jay Ali says, you're Iranian, Medi. They don't accept you. I don't know what you're talking about, Jay. I'm American of Persian descent. My parents are immigrants. They came from Iran because Muslims destroyed that country. Destroyed it. Devastated that. They Muslims came and they took a big, huge dump on Iran. That's what happened. And if you're in here and you think you call yourself still Iranian, then go back to Iran. Go back, bro. I dare you. I'm born and raised here, bro. I'm American, and dude, I will never go to any other country to live ever.
I want to say something.
Oh, Miss Medication wants to say something.
No.
But she's not wearing enough clothes. Can you put something on?
No, I can't.
Come on, woman.
No, but tell him this. Just say, like, even me, I'm born in Iran.
Hold on, say it.
Okay, you don't need to see me. Even me, I'm born in Iran, and
Miss Medication was born in Iran. She came here when she was like a little kid.
Yeah, I came when I was like 7, 8, right? It doesn't matter. America is my like first country, right? I believe I'm American more than I'm Persian. I mean, I'm Persian because I was born there and also because my parents are from there and all of that. But no, Medi, I'm literally wearing nothing. But literally, America is where I grew up. I learned everything. I became something. I'm successful in America. That's where I found my fiance. You know, I'm going to get married and have kids here. So I'm American first, Persian, you know, by the heart, by like the soul,
of
that
Persian,
kind. Yeah.
Descendants of Persians.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And I'm so like, if Persia was ever, you know, if Iran was ever like it used to be, I would still go visit, but I would never leave America. Like, never. Yeah. And I think the people, the pussies that always are like, oh, I'd rather live in another country or go somewhere else. Go and see how much your life sucks. If you've ever traveled outside of the US, anywhere, I've traveled all over, okay? Asia, Europe, Middle East. You know how people kill themselves to come to America. You don't know the opportunities you have when you come to America legally. So that's that.
Will you put some clothes on now so you can come sit down with us? So there you have it, guys. There you have it. That's what's going on, bro. Le Greek, W Le Greek, thank you. Had to lay it down, bro. We had to lay it down. Should we get back? Stolen land. Here goes the stolen land BS again. Yep, state line. When you lose, you lose. It's not stolen land. You lost. You're out. Yep. Is Jay Ali still going? Damn, I think I struck a nerve with Miss Medi. No, you showed the idiocy, and I seized the moment. Oh, she's back from what? Can you put?
No, I saw his comment. This is how I talk. It's not like you made me mad or anything like that.
Oh yeah, Miss Medication is very passionate always. It has nothing to do with you. If you think you struck a nerve,
I'm like a spicy person.
She's very spicy, tons of energy. That's why I always say, if she does end up coming on more often, you guys are gonna end up liking her more than you like me. She's got energy and she's spicy, and she says, "Yeah, you can't make her." She says, "You can't make me mad. You don't have that much power." So good, so good, so good. Nice. All right, that was good. Surfer says, "Speak, Miss Medi is queen shit for real." W Surfer on that comment. Oh, dude, I love it. All right, let's get back to this, and then I'll rant a little more. But that was a good one.
I don't think they attack white folks who stand up for America.
They do. You have
Stolen land. Stolen land. Wars are won and lost. Take your L like a man. Take your L like a man and be thankful. Actually, thank us for creating and upholding this country. Thank us for being the glue for this country. Thank us, bro. You should bring us letters thanking us or some shit. I don't know. I'm just being silly now, but thank us, bro. Come shake our hands or some shit. Say, you know what? Thank you. Like my parents, when they came here legally, you know how thankful they were to this day. You know how thankful they are. You understand how thankful they are. You don't know. There's the opposite of flag burning.
Been paying attention.
Do you think it's right that Antifa...
Look what happened in Virginia.
I think Antifa is standing up for America.
Way back when?
Charlottesville?
Charlottesville.
Yeah.
Look what happened. They went to a lawfully put together rally, and they attacked. They were little cowards, hiding their faces like little beta girls.
Beta
girls.
That's what I'm saying.
And they attacked men and women who did not hide their faces.
Are you saying they should have come without masks and with guns, like how white supremacists do?
If they're going to stand up, if they having gonads, if they were real men, they wouldn't hide their faces.
Can I hear you say it? You want Antifa?
I noticed that
weird
for some reason men are willing to become women. They are willing to allow women to influence them to look like and act like and be like a woman. They don't seem to protect their masculinity. They'll give it up and allow a woman, because now you have that bald thing up on your head.
Yeah, it's cute,
It's
ain't it?
so womanly.
Hey.
You know, it looked like a woman.
People mistake me for a woman all the time. They see my 44-inch chest and they think, hey, that's a hot broad over there.
It takes away from men looking like, it looked like a half male and a half.
W. Nathan, bro, he says, they can't define a man, so they can't take the L like one. Exactly, bro. Another good point.
Devil and a half woman, right? Why is it that men like you who wear women hairstyles and stuff comfortably, well, I know you're a homosexual, so you feel like a woman.
You got to see me with my hair done. It's real lovely.
But why are men so willing to give up their manliness and become a woman?
Because I'm an American, and I believe in freedom.
But
and
why-
part of that freedom is being able to dress and express yourself how you choose.
Are men born?
Jonah is right, bro. The world is cold. Get over it and make the best of it. And be strong. Be strong when you have to, and enjoy it when you can.
Alpha or beta?
I
Like that
say
bond
they're
you have.
alpha. Look at this.
No, that's,
Can't do that with your hair, can you?
that's
Oh,
beta.
he's messing with his hair, bun.
And we
lesbians
homosexuals
again.
Hold on.
are
He's
beta
messing with
males.
his hair bun. Hold on.
Alpha or beta?
Being able.
Their manliness and become a woman.
Because I'm an American, and I believe in freedom.
But
and
why-
part of that freedom is being able to dress and express yourself how you choose.
Listen,
Are
look,
men bonds alpha or beta?
I
Like that
say
bond.
he says, "Are man buns alpha or beta?" Hold on. Fucking look at this guy.
Alpha or beta?
I
Like that
say
bond you
they're
have.
alpha. Look at
Alpha or beta?
being able to dress and express yourself how you choose.
Are men bonds alpha or beta?
I
Like
say
that bond you
they're
have.
alpha. Look at this.
No, that's,
Can't do that with your hair, can you?
that's beta all the way.
That-
Lesbians.
Beta male.
Come on, bro.
Beta male. Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male. Are you out of your cotton picking mind?
Come on.
So you're gay? I didn't know you were gay. How did you become gay? And we
lesbians
homosexuals are beta males.
Beta.
Why are lesbians so fat? I know that lesbians like fat
Lesbian.
from the.
'Cause they're
they're
real-
like full fat.
they're
They're
real
not
soft.
like.
Wait, don't you like
You know,
women?
sometimes they.
Don't
You
you like
know,
women?
sometimes you just
What's
fat
up,
in
Mark?
the hip or the stomach.
Yeah, you
right?
got the football.
But lesbians
Yeah.
like full fat. And all these fat lesbians there. I'm like, why? Look at the fat lesbian.
Fat woman.
Why are lesbians so fat?
I don't know. Maybe they're real soft. You like women, right?
Because
you
they
like
have-
the
Lesbian.
big.
Is it? No, I like small women. But why are
Skinny
lesbians
women.
so fat?
I think they just maybe they love jiggling their boobies
It's
together.
because they have conflict about being lesbians, so they're overeating
Yes, it must be a deep
and drinking. So
emotional
I heard they
problem.
eat and drink a lot.
Yes, all
And they're
lesbians.
depressed.
I think I saw that stat. All lesbians are depressed and eat and drink a lot.
Thank you for coming, man.
Hey, listen, maybe we can agree on one quick thing at the end of this, and I really
Yeah.
appreciate the opportunity. Trans men aren't women, and trans women aren't men. Do you agree with that, Reverend?
Repeat that?
Trans men are not women.
Are
and
those the
trans women
men
are
who
not
think that they're women?
Never mind.
Are you talking about the men who think that they're women? They're not.
Men who
Any
think that
man-
they're women are not men.
They're a man who think that he's a woman is still a male.
It'd be cleaner
And a
if you
woman
just
who
shook on
think
it.
that she's a man is still a woman. I agree with that.
All right, we can go with that.
We couldn't find anybody in Hollywood that would play Hitler.
Nobody wanted to do it.
But we did find one person.
I'm Hitler. They didn't have anyone to play Hitler, so they called me. The studio called me. They said, Donald, could you please get us out of this? Look at the size of this crowd. We've got a lot of Jews here. I don't think he ever read the script. That guy right there, he's a Jew. No, I'm kidding. Don't get him. We could do something about the Jews. I might not, but we could. We've got big trains, beautiful trains. I want to work with them. Is that so bad? Art is gay. Adolf Hitler was gay for doing art. I don't do art. I make money.
You understand why we don't want you guys here, right?
Bro, look at the bro. Here we go. One more time.
You understand why we don't want you guys here, right?
Why is that now?
Because you guys come here and you turn our country into Mexico. You become lawbreakers.
How do we
you
turn-
become
well,
disrespectful
yes.
to the country. You fly the Mexican flag.
Mm-hmm.
You attack the citizens. That's why.
I mean, you're talking about disrespect. Yet again, we're one of the few countries
He hasn't missed
that wears
a
the
single.
American flag.
He hasn't missed a single buffet, Jam. Not one, bro. Oh my God.
We're one of the few countries that wears the American flag all over, even in our underwear.
Who?
The United States citizens.
And what about that?
Now, why disrespect the flag that way? And you're talking about disrespect. And here, the United States, the people, disrespect the flag. Here you are, here they
What
talk.
does that have to do with illegal aliens?
Well, you're talking about disrespect and honoring the country and this and that. Well, now here we disrespect it with coming from our own homes, coming from their own home. People wearing the flag, wearing their flag.
Well, the flag.
But
these are American citizens.
But now
doing
you're
this to
also
the flag.
generalizing that because of DACA, we are allowing all these criminals just like they are in Mexico, and you're generalizing Mexico as a whole as a criminal country.
It have to be because those people are trying to come here. They're not trying to stay in Mexico.
A lot of those people that are under DACA, they have been here since they were children, babies.
That's no excuse. I didn't tell their parents to let them come.
But then again, it doesn't mean that because they've been here since they were
Mexico
children that they're going to be criminals.
Mexico is, I believe, the sixth largest. They have the sixth largest economy in the world, right? Is that right?
Okay.
Why don't you guys stay there and build your own country? You have enough. The economy is the sixth largest. If you
Great
guys
question.
stood up and fight in Mexico the way you fight to get them here, then you can make Mexico great again.
Well, because Mexico may be rich, and it has, and like you say,
Not maybe, it is.
It is rich. But
So
then
why
again,
not
when it
fight
comes
for
to
your own country the way
to
you fight to break the law and disrespect us once you get here, why not use that same energy in your country?
because right now, as it is, as far as wages go for people to work in Mexico, it is very
Because
very
you're not
poor.
fighting back there. They have the
Okay.
sixth largest economy. You
Yeah.
can fight back and create money.
And people have been fighting back.
No, you guys are here fighting us.
We're not fighting anyone.
What do you think of the race relations in America today?
Race relations?
Race relations.
Between whom? There's so many other countries that we have been involved with.
Between the blacks and the Hispanics, the whites and the Hispanics.
I believe that the 20 years ago, and I can tell you this from what I saw when I was first started teaching, there was a lot of problems between the blacks and the
You were a school
Hispanics.
teacher?
I am.
Okay.
Between the blacks and the Hispanic. Nowadays, there's a lot more unity between the black and the Hispanic.
true.
There's a lot more unity.
Not true. It's still bad.
Okay, and it
It's
might
still
be
bad.
regional. It might be regional, but it is not as far as country. From what we've seen, in the media, and maybe fake news as
No, it ain't fake news.
your
I
president
see it all the
says.
time. Blacks
But
and Hispanics do not get along.
well, in your opinion,
No,
my
no.
opinion, blacks and Hispanics.
Michael, good question, bro. I don't think even in the mirror he'll be able to see it.
Nowadays get
It like hangs over it.
along a lot more than what they did in the past.
What rights do the illegals have? They're coming in illegally. What rights do they have?
The undocumented people, you mean, have, everybody here, documented or undocumented, is protected with the same rights that a U.S. citizen has,
Really?
that a U.S. resident has.
So you're saying that the illegal aliens, they break the law to come here and they come illegally and they have the same rights that I have under the Constitution?
Most undocumented people come into the U.S. legally, whether it usually whether it is with a visa or under political asylum.
Well, how
Now
about
we
the
do
one that-
have, and I am aware, people that come into the United States illegally.
Right.
Um,
And do those illegal aliens have the same rights that the American citizens have?
They do. They are protected. Yes.
They have the same rights under the Constitution?
Not all the same rights, but they do have some rights that are.
What
that they are
rights do they
protected.
have once they break the law to get here?
You
What rights do they have? Give me an example.
On our First Amendment, they do have rights to, to an attorney, for example, to have legal counsel, whether they are here legally or illegally or undocumented. They do have the same rights as we all do of free speech. As of
Are you
now.
joking or what?
No, I'm not joking.
You really believe that? Let me ask, were you born in the United States?
I was born in Mexico.
You were born in Mexico?
I was born in Mexico.
And are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, I am.
And did you come here illegally?
No, I came here with a visa.
Oh, so why can't you tell them to do that?
Why can't what?
Why don't you tell these other ones to do the same thing? Come in the right way.
Because every person's case is different.
No, but they should come through the front door so they can do that. Not
correct.
Not the back door, like
Correct. No, they're not. You know.
Are they breaking the law by coming here illegally?
If someone comes here illegally, yes.
So they are breaking the law.
No, they're not, because they are going through customs.
No, they're jumping
going
the
through.
fence.
No, well, yes, some of them are,
Is
and
that
I
illegal?
agree there. But you also have those people that are going through customs, going through border patrol, with their paperwork, asking for political asylum.
Amazing. Were your parents born here?
No,
in the US?
my parents and myself were born in Mexico.
Did your parents come here illegally?
My parents and I came the same way with a visa.
And how old were you when you came?
I was a year and a half.
A year and a half. Are you an American citizen?
I'm a naturalized American citizen.
And do you love this country?
Yes, I do.
Do you love it enough to protect us from the illegal aliens?
I do.
What?
Yes, I do.
But you're helping the illegal aliens to get here.
I'm not saying I'm helping the undocumented get here. I'm telling you that we are helping those people across the border, by helping them get their paperwork processed through immigrations. Now, we also go out and I mentioned, and we leave water out in the desert.
Right, I saw that.
Okay. Now, when we leave out water in the desert, it's just for them for anyone, if they find water, to get a drink, to hopefully save a life.
Amazing.
Now, whether I'm helping them come into this country illegally, the question is no. They're coming on their own.
That's why we have a problem with foreigners coming here, because what I noticed today, that they come into our country pretending that they want to be Americans and pretending that they love the country, but they end up turning against the country the way that you're doing. You just said, yes, it's fair to support the Constitution and social justice, but you say you want to come here and be an American, but you're not acting like one. How do you live with yourself?
How does an American supposed to act?
By supporting America, by supporting the Constitution.
Yeah.
Not helping the illegal alien break the law to get in here and take advantage of our social services and things like that.
Again, we're not helping, as you say, illegal aliens. Correct term would be undocumented people break the law by coming here.
Are they illegal?
They're undocumented.
Are they aliens?
What is an alien to you? An alien is a foreign
and
person.
Others who are trying to come here out through the back.
Here we go, bro. They're illegal aliens, not undocumented. They're illegal aliens.
Sure. Are they aliens?
An alien would be,
they weren't born here, so they're aliens, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
Well, they're immigrants.
Are they aliens?
They would be immigrants. An alien would be someone from another country. In this
So are
case,
they
yes.
aliens? They come from another country, right?
Correct.
They're not U.S. citizens, right?
They're not U.S. citizens.
So are they aliens?
If they are here, yes.
You gotta love how JLP sticks on it, bro.
Are they aliens?
I just answered your question.
So these people who are coming here from the back door, from other countries, are they aliens?
That's what here in the U.S. we have been labeling them. Yes.
You're not answering the question. Are they aliens?
Are they aliens? Now, if I'm answering the question, now, if you're answering
here we go.
Me, if
you're answering in an honest way, a dishonest way.
Okay.
Are they aliens? I'm asking you personally. Do you know that they are aliens? Yes or no?
Do I know that they're aliens? Now, are we talking Martian aliens or people that come from another country?
You just described it yourself, explained it yourself.
The illegals that are coming from other countries.
That is a term that we have given them here.
That's not what I asked. Are they aliens?
Well, according to the law, like you mentioned.
According to you?
According to me.
Matthew, they are illegal aliens. There's lots of different words to describe different things. In this context, they are illegal aliens. They're also Homo sapiens. They're also beings. They're also all kinds. They're mammals, is another word. There's different things to describe them, everyone in different contexts. But in this context, they are illegal aliens.
Then it would be yes.
Okay.
Because
Wow.
because that
Why
is
is
what
it so hard to
because
say
that is
that?
what the law states.
Why was it so hard? You understand why we don't want you guys here, right?
The visa.
Oh,
sure. But you also have those people that are documented.
Are they aliens?
I mean, it's not just the black. It's
Does it bother you that blacks are being by these illegals coming in? You know that they are aliens, yes or no?
Do I know that they're aliens now?
So hard to
because
say
that is
that.
what the law
Americans.
me.
Uh-huh.
Then it would be yes.
Okay.
Because
Wow.
because that
Why
is
is
what
it
the
so hard to
because
say
that is
that?
what the law states.
Why was it so hard to be honest? Black Americans are being hurt.
Peter Core in Instagram. Feel free to come over to YouTube if you want to have more people to chat with. It's a much more active chat, brother.
First and foremost,
Link is in my bio on Instagram.
by these illegals coming in, because a lot of them are ending up in the hood, and they hate black people already, because in Mexico, blacks are hated. And so they come here, like in the LA area, Compton, Watts, South Central LA, and they're overpopulating the schools, and the public school system is bad enough already.
Okay.
They're overpopulating the schools.
I got some buttons on my soundboard here for Matthew. Should we play some of them?
When they go to the county, when the American black women go to the county facility for health care, they have to wait in long lines. Beta.
Here we go, baby.
Beta. So you're gay? I didn't know you were gay. How did you become gay? How did you become gay? How did you become gay?
Come on, Matthew.
Beta.
Surfer dude, come on, bro. Don't be a beta, bro. Don't be a beta, surfer dude. Surfer dude says alien is dehumanizing. It's a descriptive word that has a specific meaning. It's not dehumanizing and all this kind of stuff. You can take things how you want to take them, and you can be a weak
Beta male.
but it's a descriptive word. You got to grow up.
Beta.
Come on, bro. It's dehumanizing word. It's like it makes people feel like this and it makes people feel like that. Well, then don't be an illegal alien. Do it right and feel like a man. Come on now. Do it like all the other legal immigrants did it. If you don't want to be called an illegal alien, well, guess what? Guess what you could do? You could do it legally. Maybe you should be dehumanized or feel a certain way about it because you're doing it illegally. You should feel a way about being an illegal alien, illegal immigrant, illegal whatever you want to call it. You should feel a way about it. People want to do dumb shit and not get called out on it and not have to feel a way about it. How weak have we become? I want to go do the dumbest shit ever and I shouldn't have to feel any way about it. What?
There are violence going on every day between the blacks and Hispanics. A lot of blacks are having to leave. And when it comes to employment, the businesses are paying the...
As Michael Wilbur says, check your purse for your balls. Maybe they're in there.
illegal, you know.
Beta. Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male.
Come on, bro.
Man, be a alpha male, not a beta male.
Under the table, or they work for nothing. Does it bother you that blacks are being affected first and foremost by illegal aliens coming into the country? Are you bothered by that?
No, I am not.
Wow.
And
So you don't care about the
because
black?
you're making a big generalization
No,
that
I'm telling you
that
facts.
because of the Hispanic coming into this country.
Surfer Dude says, I don't know. I just have a little empathy for people who admire the American dream and will do anything, including break the law to achieve it. No, don't encourage people to break the law. Have empathy for your fellow Americans that are here trying to get jobs that will work. Don't listen to Democrats that tell you, oh, those are jobs we won't do. No, don't listen to the bullshit, bro. Don't get played, bro. Have empathy for your fellow Americans, man. Have empathy in the right places. It'll feel better, even for you, man.
Undocumented.
And when people do dumb shit, they should feel a way about it, bro. They should feel a way about it. They should, if it hurts their... You know, that's why we don't do dumb shit. So we sleep at night. So we don't have to deal with people telling us dumb shit. You know what I mean? We're justified in calling you out if you do dumb shit. Come on, man. That's how this world works.
You know, we are affecting the black.
He says I can do both. We need a Rust Belt revival. No, doing both is actually doing a disservice to them. You're creating weak. You're making a weak people. You're making them weak, and you're weak. Come on, man.
You are
in Black America,
but you know that,
and you're making a big generalization. If that were the case, that means, I mean, it's not just the black. It's
affecting everybody in a negative way.
Exactly.
But blacks
according to what you're saying, it's because of the undocumented.
The illegals coming in and bringing all these problems to black people, and you're saying you don't really care about that.
I'm not saying that.
Knowing that that's happening? You know that that's happening. How do you feel about it, knowing it's happening?
I do not feel any remorse at all because let me tell you what. You are classifying the Hispanic group as being just completely, as you say, illegal, attacking the Black American.
I'm only talking about the illegal ones.
But see, you can't do that.
Why not?
Design Traveler. Everything you just said is what Democrats say is Donald Trump's fault. They blame everything on Donald Trump. This guy looked at me funny yesterday. It must have been Trump's fault. That's Trump's fault. My car didn't start. Damn it, Trump. You got me. My kid slipped and hit his head. If it wasn't for Trump, my kid wouldn't have hit his head.
Because
you guys blame everything on Trump. I shit myself yesterday. Damn it, Trump made me do it. Come on, bro. Wake up.
How are you going to say that in this group that is fighting right here, all of these people are illegal?
Well, I'm talking about the ones that are.
But you can't say that. How can you visually say that person's legal, that person is not?
And see, that's the problem about you people bringing all these people in here.
It's the same thing with the black. There's black. I could say, maybe you're illegal. Hey, maybe you came from South Africa. Hey, maybe you're from Cuba.
What's your point?
But my point is, you can't just say and look at a group of people and say that they are illegal.
Why not?
How can you distinguish it?
Because
No. How can you distinguish it? By visually.
You've brought so many in here now, it's hard to know who is a citizen and who is not.
Okay.
Is that true?
No.
What do you think of the Great White Hope?
And that is?
President Donald Trump.
What do I think about him in what case?
Period. Did you vote for him?
I did not.
And you voted for Hillary?
I did.
You voted for Hillary?
I did.
What is a man?
What is what?
A man. Besides the body part, what is a man?
It depends on.
Surfer Dude says, can you blame, I'm glazing America, our land of opportunity. Can you really blame anyone for choosing anyone for crossing the border illegally to land a no-skill job to support their family down south. Yes, because so many others want to do that legally, and they're cutting in line. I'm not a fan of people cutting in line. So many people are down to do the right thing and do it legally. It's not cool when you jump in front of everybody and say, I'm just going to bum rush this country.
On how you define a man.
How do you define man?
Okay.
What, are you a man?
I believe so, yeah.
Are you a man?
Yes, I am.
Are you sure? You said...
If you have to say, I believe so, if anyone asks you if you're a man, and you have to say, I believe so, like that, just start wearing bras, bro, at that point.
I believe so, as though you're not really sure.
Okay, yes, I am.
And so what is a man?
What is a man? Well, it depends. Again, someone with a good moral, good standard, or, and examples to their family.
And so, are you a man?
Yes, I am.
But you're breaking the law.
According to
your family sees
Thank you, Michael.
you doing this, and you voted for Hillary. Would a real man vote for lying, crooked Hillary, who support everything that's evil? Would a real Christian man vote for her?
Taking responsibility for your actions is the same thing that illegal aliens should do. And get out quick, fast.
Here in this country, the good thing is that we have the right to vote for whomever
That's
we
true,
like.
but that's not what I asked.
Okay.
Would a real Christian man vote for crooked, lying Hillary that support abortion? She has no moral standards. She supports same-sex marriage. Do you support same-sex marriage?
Yes, I do.
You support abortion?
Abortion, everybody has their own rights.
That's not what I asked. Do you support abortion?
In certain cases, yes.
That's amazing, man. Well, no wonder you voted for her. So, are you a man?
Yes, I am.
What is it about you that makes you think you're a man when you're doing everything the way a liberal, godless female would do? Why do you think?
Damn, bro. Let's read Sean Kearns before we play this again, because I got to hear this again. Sean Kearns says, at Design Traveler, overrun our clinics, hospitals, our social systems, the illegals are to their countries, their American money they send to their countries, their American monies they send. Gotcha. Most taxes they are not paying. Yeah, baby. Almost getting there. We're almost at 6,200, baby. Good looking out,
You're
Michael.
a man.
Let's hear this
What's
again.
about you that makes you? Are you a man?
Yes, I am.
What is it about you that makes you think you're a man when you're doing everything the way a liberal, godless female would do? Why do you think you're a man?
Because I feel it is the right thing.
Is it right for two men to get married?
I believe they have a right, yes.
Did God give them that right?
I believe so.
You believe God gave the right to two men or two women to get married?
I believe so. I believe so.
And why do you believe that? As a Christian man, why do you believe that?
Because, as a Christian man, anyone has a right to love whomever they would like.
Homosexual love is love?
Yes, it is.
Have you ever been in love with a man like that?
No, I haven't.
Do you know anyone who's in love like that?
Yes, I do.
And you think that's real love?
I believe so.
Do you go to church?
Occasionally.
Do your preacher know you think this way?
I don't know. I don't sit and talk with them.
How about your wife and kids? They know that you think?
Yeah.
Amazing. Are you for the big, beautiful wall going up around the border?
Am I for the wall?
Yeah.
Of course not.
You don't love this country.
According to you.
No, you don't love the country.
Okay.
And the reason I say that, because you're not putting your country first.
Mm-hmm. Why is that?
Because you don't love her. You don't love your country.
What
you don't love God.
Do
You don't love
need
your country. You don't even love your family.
Damn.
Do we need to put a wall
Damn.
to say, oh, that's a beautiful wall, and now here I am, I love America. Do I need to make those comments in order for people to say, oh yeah, I love America?
Your action need to speak to that. Right now it's not. This is why the white man don't want you here.
Damn.
But it goes with the same thing with the black. That's why they don't want the black here either.
Right, because
every day we hear all
too.
this violence against the black people.
Can you imagine building a beautiful home and then you let the foreigners come in and they destroy it? Why would you want anyone here like that?
Yeah, and it happens every day.
Oh, let me ask, it happens every day. So why wouldn't the white man want them to stay away?
The buffet king.
It's not
would
just...
you want someone to come into your home that you built and screw it up?
Of course not.
So you understand then why the white man doesn't want you here, right?
But you're saying,
you understand that?
Again, you're saying that all these causes are done by the undocumented, or in your words,
by
the
American
illegal.
citizens too.
Okay.
You're helping them to do it.
By the American citizens too.
Yeah, by you, like the border angels.
Mm-hmm. So
you guys are no angels.
Okay.
Unless you.
Design says the fact that an entire group of people are focusing on immigration as their main issue in life tells me that they're manipulated and all this stuff. No, it's the issue in this video. That's why we're talking about it. And it was one of the issues that Trump campaigned on. And it's one of the big issues that we had with our country the last 4 years. We had a mass invasion. They bum rushed our country, bro. That was a big issue. It's one of the big issues.
You those bad angels. So should Mexico pay for the wall?
Just because your side of your argument or you're debating for whatever we're talking about right now is not working, you just want to go, oh, because you guys are talking about it. And it's not true.
The Great White Hope.
We're just watching a video about this. So that's why we're talking about it. That's how this stuff works, bro. If we watch a video about racism, we're going to talk about that. And then you're going to say, oh, some group of people are talking about racism. No, bro, it's the video. That's why we're watching it. And that's why we're talking about
it. So should Mexico pay for the wall? The Great White Hope said Mexico is paying for the wall. Should they pay?
I think the person who proposes something should be the one to pay. In this case, are you?
Unfortunately, Trump supporter, here's Designer. He says, unfortunately, Trump supporters have not been included in the conversation involved in decision-making in the past. Because of that, they feel disenfranchised and are vulnerable. Almost 6,200. Let's go.
U.S.
Should we deport the illegals?
If there is probable cause, yes.
Should we deport MS-13 gang members?
If they have cause, yes.
There is a caravan of illegals at the border right now.
Of immigrants, yes.
Yeah, down at Mexico, down at Tijuana, is that right?
There were.
Where are they now?
They right now they are in CBP custody.
Over there or over here?
Well, Border Patrol custody.
Do you think America is a racist country?
Yes, it is.
It is.
It's becoming more.
So if it's racist, why do they let you people in here?
Racist as far as, especially these last.
Good question. If it's racist, how are they letting you in? Let's go back.
You people in here.
Border Patrol custody.
Do you think America is a racist country?
Yes, it is.
It is.
It's becoming
so
more.
So if it's racist, why do they let you people in here?
Racist as far as, especially these last 2-3 years, is what I've seen.
So it only became racist since the president been in the White House.
It has become more. We have seen a lot more racism going on since then.
Are you an honest man?
Yes, I am.
You're an honest man.
Yes, I am.
You are an honest man.
For the third time.
Min says liberals are the most racist. I can't agree more. They are more racist than anyone I've ever met. Literally the most racist people I've ever met are liberals.
As Peter, yes, I am.
Two quick things. The founder of your organization, Enrique?
Correct.
What's his last name?
Morones.
Morones. Called Trump a racist. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Amazing.
You know,
It's like
a lot
you're like turning against the people who are feeding you.
people want.
Do you see
people
that? You define white supremacy for me because I don't know what that means.
Yes, you do.
You understand? You agree with that?
Yes, I do.
So I saw and read that you've been in prison before, that you almost got life in prison. Is that true?
Yeah, I could have had life.
Well, how did that happen? How did that get to that point?
And the first prompt is, both major U.S. political parties have contributed equally to the rise in political violence.
We have a tendency to stand on what someone says with their rhetoric. So the things that we see, the things that...
The last time we watched this, they were white liberals and black conservatives. This time, they are black liberals and white conservatives.
we can say can incite things. I know that's not an excuse for any side having, you know, any level of violence, but we've both sides of the aisle have gone towards a more darker way of existing. And all we're doing is, as followers of these political parties, is just pushing that rhetoric forward. It's just us as an ecosystem, and not to have the divide be more politically based. It's socially based, and with that, to me, there is contributions from both sides, because it's not just, hey, someone has gotten out here and done something. It's also the rhetoric, the things that are put out there that allows those who might be less inclined to follow the law to do things. So in a particular platform, you have to be careful with your words, and if you're not, things happen, and then, you know, where we are right now is exactly how we get here. So I do believe, not while wholly on both ends, there's been contributions from both the conservative side and the liberal side as far as pushing forward an unintended agenda that could include violence.
I think I want to speak to that because I think that we on this side, you and I could be wrong, most closely align on things, but I also want to speak to that nuance of difference that a large demographic of people may feel. So I was struggling initially, like with this question. But the reason I ultimately said that both sides, both political parties, which that, let's be clear, I'm probably gonna make a lot of people mad this episode. We got to get away from that. That's part of the problem. That is part of the problem. Even amongst us, there's so much nuance. You know what I'm saying? There's like literally each one of you have said you are 4 different types of conservatives, and that's fine, because you're 4 different people. And the same for us, you know what I mean? Tangent pause. Going back to this, I do think that both sides, I condemn political violence. I'm gonna start out and say right off the top, if you celebrate someone, even if you don't like them for their murder, I think that's appalling. And I will always stand on that, and I hope I never get to that point over politics that I feel that way. And I know it has to do with like a lot of other things, like things that people said and all those things. But we, on either side of whatever you believe, cannot ever get to the point, because it's dangerous for everyone, where we are applauding violence. And I know that's different than sympathizing and having sentiments for someone and agreeing with someone and pointing out that you did not agree with them when they are alive. So I'm just making that as a blanket statement. So both sides have responsibility as Americans for being like, this is the standard as we always had, as it was in the 90s when I grew up, that we're not going to do that. Historically, it has come more from the right side if you go from historical context. And I saw that from research, and I don't want to take up a lot of time, so we can get into that and I can share why I think that is and give some examples. I'll even say even the DOJ discovered now, which Trump just had removed as of September this month, 2025, that a lot of the violence comes from, he had this from his own Department of Justice, that our biggest threat is white nationalist, white supremacy. And that's just facts, and that's what it's been. Even what we're experiencing right now has been someone under that criteria. And I'm not trying to blame, but the last point I'll make, it's like, we even see that the left has been, there was no There was no absolute that that person was on the left side or anything like that. But yet
What
that
the
hate
hell?
and
Hold
that
on.
red,
What did she just
we got to
say?
get away from that. That's part of the problem. That is part of the problem. Even struggling initially, like with this question. But the reason I ultimately said that both sides, both political parties, which that, let's be clear, I'm probably gonna make a lot of people mad this episode. We got to get away from that. That's part of the problem. That is part of the problem. Even amongst us, there's so much nuance. You know what I'm saying? There's like literally each one of you have said you are 4 different types of conservatives, and that's fine, because you're 4 different people. And the same for us. You know what I mean? Tangent pause. Going back to this, I do think that both sides, I condemn political violence. I would start out and say right off the top, if you celebrate someone, even if you don't like them for their murder, I think that's appalling. And I will always stand on that, and I hope I never get to that point over politics that I feel that way. And I know it has to do with like a lot of other things, like things that people said and all those things. But we, on either side of whatever you believe, cannot ever get to the point, because it's dangerous for everyone, where we are applauding violence. And I know that's different than sympathizing and having sentiments for someone and agreeing with someone and pointing out that you did not agree with them when they are alive. So I'm just making that as a blanket statement. So both sides have responsibility as Americans for being like, this is the standard as we always had, as it was in the 90s when I grew up, that we're not going to do that. Historically, it has come more from the right side if you go from historical context. And I saw that from research, and I don't want to take up a lot of time, so we can get into that and I can share why I think that is and give some examples. I'll even say even the DOJ discovered now, which Trump just had removed as of September this month, 2025, that a lot of the violence comes from, he had this from his own Department of Justice, that our biggest threat is white nationalist, white supremacy. And that's just facts, and that's what it's been. Even what we're experiencing right now has been someone under that criteria. And I'm not trying to blame, but the last point I'll make, it's like, we even see that the left has been, there was no absolute that that person was on the left side or anything like that. But yet that hate and that rhetoric from what happened with Charlie Kirk's assassination, which should have never happened, there's still like this hate and this call to action, and we have people marching in the streets talking about white men fight back. So I'd love to hear people's thoughts about that.
I want to interject. So I used to be a Democrat. I voted for Obama, but I changed parties later on. I didn't vote for him the second time. When he gave money to Iran, and I'm half Scotch, Irish, English, German, and then on the other side, I'm Iranian, so I was born in Iran. When he gave
Dang, a fellow half Iran, she's half Iranian.
money to that radical regime, I said, this man is evil. Why would you give that government that spreads terrorism around the world that money that's ours? So that was the first like eye-opening experience. Then when Trump was saying things that are basic, like securing our borders, they called us racist. They called us all these names and dehumanized us. This is what they do in tyrannical countries, is they make us less human by saying you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're this. I will tell you, when I voted for Obama, none of my conservative friends ever attacked me. When I became a conservative and said, you know what? I'll tell you, I think Trump is going to win, but so many people don't want to mention the fact that they're voting for him because they don't want to be called these names. They don't want their business canceled, which mine was, and Rosie O'Donnell was one of those people that canceled my business. I've had to live this. I've had to live the attacks. Perez Hilton doxed my personal information. I got threats to my life. I got threats that people were going to rape my child. Never have I experienced, and fake news too. They said I punched a cancer survivor. No. An Antifa member clocked me with her shoulder and I pushed her back, and they said that I punched a cancer survivor. So that's called fake news. Then they said I was terrorizing children because I wanted to get the mask off my child's face. She was getting a rash. It's not healthy. God wants us to breathe freely. And it does not hold a virus. It's 0.3 microns. So, you know, I'm so tired of the fake news twisting things, because if you look at a lot of these people, they are mentally ill, and we're not looking at why these people are mentally ill. First off, the far left are telling our children that they're a mistake by saying, oh, you're born in the wrong body. That's evil. God created Adam and Eve. okay? There's two sexes. The word
Not Adam and Steve.
gender was coined by a pervert pedophile named John Money. And John Money had this study with these Reimer twins, and he did some really pedophilic stuff with these kids, these two boys, having them on top doing sexual positions. Totally screwed their head up. Finally, this boy, it just was a debacle. This boy, the mother said, you know what, you were born a boy. And she should have known when her son ripped off a dress when she put a dress on him to not do this anymore. But he lied about that study, and they did thousands of reassignment surgeries because of that lie. And they say that hate speech is truth speech. So when they use the word hate speech, I don't
Hell yeah, Matt. Welcome back, bud.
even like that rhetoric because it's a lie.
And what's up, G? Hankar. What's up, Pat? What's up, guys?
Hatefulness is when you're telling people to die. I showed you one of my text messages from what I get every other day from the left. This is an attack on me because I'm a Christian.
Matt Ross he says he got my hat. Thanks for the personal note you put in it. You got it, man. Love to do that. Glad you got it, bro. Awesome. Thank you.
Conservative, and I love this country. I don't teach kids to hate themselves, hate the flag, and hate the country. That is the indoctrination centers that are going on in Democrat-run states. So I just believe that the hate is coming from the left. Look at your shirt right there.
Oh yeah, I fucking hate Trump, and I will happily say that.
But see, but at least you admit it. I would never have a hateful thing for any of you. You know why? Because you were made in the image of God. And I look at every person as a person that has the ability to live eternity with Jesus, Yeshua. And I love you all.
Yes, guys, we got the Discord. State Line just put a link up. We all are on Discord when we're off stream. We're chatting, hanging out. So feel free to join Discord.
I even love my enemies. I actually prayed for these people like Perez Hilton. I prayed for Rosie O'Donnell after they attacked me.
I do want to just make this comment because I think I didn't hear the word equally. There is, at no point is there inequality in terms of what you see that's put out there. And you mentioned fake news. We are supposed to be a well-informed electorate. There's a reason why there is a electoral college, but we have news at our fingertips. What we're doing is we're taking that part away, and we're going on the headlines. We're going on whatever source that we're getting versus just ourselves doing maybe some research to understand what's maybe the precipice of this. So there is, I do believe, some inequality because when you look at conservatism versus liberalism, it's not that conservatives don't want change. I think it's a more of a slow progress. It's like we're trying to hold tradition to certain values. And I understand that. And then you have, I don't want to say liberals, I think it's more progressives because we are changing. Our technology changes us every single day. We get a new phone, every third day. So with that technology changing, everything else in our lives is advancing. We now have to take into consideration how these things affect us as an ecosystem. So the push out of information and what you use with it, that's the only tool that we truly have. How do we use it? Are we being,
Okay, so what are you exactly trying to say now? You spent 2 minutes telling us nothing.
Made into political soldiers by virtue of a small headline where we've not gone in to do any level of research about it. And that's what I'm fearful of.
It's partisan blaming loop. Because whatever beliefs you guys have, whatever beliefs we have, there is something that can back that up to make us believe that. I just want to say I don't absolve the left, and that's part of the reason I said I'm more moderate, because I do believe it got more hateful. I led a very large amount of protests after George Floyd, demonstrating in peace with a lot of different people, and Antifa folks came out there, and it was crazy. But I had to acknowledge that because Antifa doesn't mean liberal. Antifa also stands for anti-fascism. So that's the thing. This is all very nuanced. By definition, we should all, if we have American values, be anti-fascism. You know what I'm saying?
But they're not.
We should, right. Well, I don't represent them. I'm actually pointing out what you said to validate and not absolve that there is a lot, and that's why I started out with people like it or not, talking about like, it can be vile.
These people destroyed my city. Beverly Hills was destroyed by these people. That's violence.
Well, Tulsa got bombed. So like that's so historically Tulsa got bombed. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm coming from as a history teacher. I'm coming from historical context, but that's why I'm also validating what you're saying about the hateful rhetoric. But when we go to acts and things like that, or the DOJ from the Trump administration report that was removed, that's what I'm referring to, because I don't have the dog in the fight anymore as far as being right. I want to move forward, and we cannot move forward if we don't understand the history.
I just to speak to what you said a little bit, and this, I know this is a little bit more of a touchy subject, and obviously we're in the heat right now of Charlie. I go to Charlie's church. My pastor was Rob McCoy, who's Charlie's pastor. So our church right now, we're mourning, we're grieving. I was just with Charlie a month ago. So to speak to that, the response that I've seen on a national level has been prayer. It's been vigils. We had a 600 increase % in church last weekend, and I've heard the same across the board. My question for you, because you brought up George Floyd, is seeing the response after George Floyd was killed, which was wrong. It was wrong what happened to him. And I spoke about what happened to him. So it wasn't like I was this silent white conservative, but the response and what took place afterwards, can you speak to that? Or I want to open it up. Yeah. Speak.
Agree, Pat. Pat says they need to go to Africa for a year and they will appreciate America more. Way more, bro.
To what, we can all see with our eyes, right? So we can all acknowledge that there is a very different.
I agree. JD could make a good. We got a good. I would say more than probably a handful of people that could be good presidents coming up. I mean, nobody's gonna be the Great White Hope.
The Great White Hope. The Great White Hope.
Never, bro. But we do have a decent lineup. We lost a really good one, man, Charlie Kirk. But we do have a good lineup, I think, after Trump.
Response happening right now in the wake of what's happened with Charlie, if we wanted to call it like a, crime, or so to speak, and versus with George, just the response that we see with Charlie versus what happened with all the BLM and after.
Designer makes a good point about Democrats. If you put the word Democrats in front of what Designer just said, Democrats, so much energy they spend on how other people are living their lives instead of taking responsibility for one's own life, one's own decisions, instead of blaming other people for one's challenges. He described Democrats, lefties, liberals, progressives. He described them to a T. Good. Designer. Good one.
After George Floyd was killed and whatnot, seeing that, and maybe you can educate me on that, is BLM grouped in with liberals, would you say, or was like, how does that?
BLM is a movement. There's an organization and there's a movement. So the
Right.
idea that Black Lives Matter is that if we are going, and I really want to let other folks speak, but I just want to answer you very, very briefly.
No, it's just, you brought it up,
because I'll let them actually answer your first question. I think that's fair about George Floyd and the difference. And then if I feel like there's something and they say there's enough time, I'll chime in. Thank you for, at the end of the day, George Floyd wasn't saying things that are historically inaccurate and things that could be construed as hateful rhetoric. Now, that's just.
We're talking about the response.
So that's
like
why.
the
But
response,
I'm telling you, and I know that you guys don't have our lived experience, and we don't have lived experience people watching, and we don't have your lived experience. So thank you for the question and for context. I'm not the absolute on anything Black, but I'm telling you, or liberal or left, but I'm telling you, by and large, as someone who is out there, it's like the conflating of someone who was a victim of this crime, and Charlie was absolutely a victim. I don't care what anybody says. Like, he was absolutely a victim. That should have never happened. And I'm sorry. And you have my condolences, you and your church, because that's my humanity. You know what I mean? And that's like, I will never unsee what happened to him, right? Just like I will never unsee what happened to George Floyd. I've been deeply disturbed since I've seen that. But the response is, and I want other people to speak on this. Yeah. First of all, George Floyd was not a public figure until he was murdered.
Sure.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Sure.
So when I go out there and I speak, I'm accountable for the things I'm saying, how I'm saying, and if they're historically inaccurate. So people were upset and people were offended. And I feel like they felt as though, and I received this, they felt as though they were being attacked for not mourning someone who they felt had been attacking them. However, I don't need to speak too much on that because the very first thing I said about this was I condemn and it's not appropriate, right? And, and nobody wins, and it says more about us than anybody else if we celebrate someone's murder. I'm not. You can circle back to me. I'm gonna let them speak.
No, I was genuinely curious what the census is.
I think the difference is exactly what you were saying, that George Floyd was an innocent man and Charlie Kirk was a public political figure who made a lot of really harmful remarks. I think that my biggest frustration in the way people have responded to Charlie Kirk is there's so much policing of the way the left has responded to it. If we're not falling to our knees, being like, this is a terrible thing, and Charlie was an innocent man, and essentially ignoring his entire past. Definitely don't condemn political violence, but I can also sit here and say he said a lot of terrible things, and I think that that's...
What terrible things? I want to hear what terrible things.
Black women don't have the mental capacity
No, that's not. He never said that. See, this is the problem with fake news. They twist his words.
You have to watch. Have you watched the whole clip?
Yes.
I want to also point out the fact that you were saying that you received a lot of really violent remarks about your daughter, about yourself, and I don't condemn any of that. And I think it's important to hone in on that specifically on interpersonal political.
She said, I don't condemn or I don't condone
violence because a terrible thing, and Charlie was an innocent man, and essentially ignoring his entire past. Definitely don't condemn political violence, but I can also sit here and say he said a lot of terrible things, and I think that that's...
What terrible things? I want to hear what terrible things.
Black women don't have the mental capacity.
No, that's not. He never said that.
Yeah, I think she's using condemn instead of condone. I'm pretty sure. What's up, Candy? I'm pretty sure she meant condemn. Or I don't condone. And again, people that don't know what Charlie stood for.
See, this is the problem with fake news. They
you
twist his words.
You have to watch. Have you watched the whole clip?
Yes.
I want to also point out the fact that you were saying that you received a lot of really violent remarks about your daughter, about yourself, and I don't condemn any of that. And I think it's important to hone in on that specifically on interpersonal political violence, because I think that's what most of us can relate to and understand. And ultimately...
Designer says, medication, not all Democrats do the same thing and not all Republicans do the same thing. I believe there are some reasonable people in both parties. Well, that's a no duh, right? That's a no duh. We're just talking in general. Like when you look at kind of like the overall picture, Democrats are doing more of what you were saying earlier. They're not taking responsibility for their actions. They're not taking responsibility for their lives. They're not, here, I'll just read it. It's always easier to blame a group of people who think differently. Take responsibility for your own life, blaming everyone else. Take responsibility for your own life and stop blaming it. And that's what we say to the left. Take responsibility for your own life. We should be removing welfare programs, not adding to them. We should be reducing taxes, not taking from people that make money to give to people that are not being responsible for their own lives. That's the overarching, I think, kind of thing. Of course, there are good people on both sides. I'm telling you, I was a Democrat up until not long ago.
Sows the seeds for something like Charlie Kirk to happen. So I think that that's like a relevant piece. So I absolutely condemn all of that. But when you're saying that, oh my God, I had all of these people get so mad at me about the fact that I voted for Trump, why is there not a reflection on why that was the response? Like, instead of looking at her team,
I'm going to adjust my white balance setting on my camera.
Both can relate to and understand, and ultimately sows the seeds for something like Charlie Kirk to happen. So I think that that's like a relevant piece. So I absolutely condemn all of that. But when you're saying that, oh my God, I had all of these people get so mad at me about the fact that I voted for Trump, why is there not a reflection on why that was the response? Like, instead of looking at her t-shirt and being upset about that, like, why is she saying that pretty girls don't like Trump?
But see,
like,
I already know.
Why don't we have that?
I already know because I've talked to people on the left. When I had a rally,
that, and I think it's important to hone in on that specifically on interpersonal political violence, because I think that's what most of us can relate to and understand, and ultimately sows the seeds for something like Charlie Kirk to happen. So I think that that's like a relevant piece. So I absolutely condemn all of that. But when you're saying that, oh my God, I had all of these people get so mad at me about the fact that I voted for Trump, why is there not a reflection on why that was the response? Like, instead of looking at her t-shirt and being upset about that, like, why is she saying that pretty girls don't like Trump?
But see,
like,
I already know.
Why don't we have that?
I already know because I've talked to people on the left. When I had a rally, I let them speak. I let them speak and have a voice. I wasn't trying to silence.
She just, that girl that just spoke said that that they created what happened to Charlie Kirk. It's free speech.
Them. I'm being silenced. I got kicked off of Facebook twice. I got kicked off of TikTok. I have to keep making new accounts. That's censorship. That's not the American way. The American way is freedom of speech. And that's what happens in tyrannical governments.
I'd like to jump in. First of all, I really appreciate that all of you like so vehemently condemn political violence, and I agree with you. I think that's very important. The reason I would argue that it more stems from the left is a couple of things. First of all, to address that DOJ statistic that you were talking about, the way the Biden administration came up with that is they had the FBI start separate offices in every state and every city, and they used January 6th to basically, they went after every single person and put that as a mark of white supremacist violence, even if the person like walked into the Capitol. And actually, I have a friend who was black conservative who walked into the Capitol who was harassed by the FBI. Siaka.
See you, man.
Yeah, we all know Siaka.
We all know. And so that's how they came up with that statistic, and that's why it was taken away, because it was very flawed. There's been numerous assassination attempts. I mean, there was
that political violence, though, January 6th?
There was some political violence. So
4 people died, and they were patriots. No cop died from
I don't think anybody should
That's
be
a
running
lie.
up attacking
The media
Capitol.
lied.
I think that's the most unpatriotic you could do, but it is very historically American.
I mean, I would probably put it in the category of of the BLM situations where there was the peaceful protests and then there was the rioting. And I know I lived right there where we could see the flames from my door and the tanks rolled in.
Ange says, Medi, can we get a palate cleanser, please? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Who do you want to see, Ange? Who should we put up? Who should we put up, Ange? We need some new ones. Miss Medication says we need some new ones. Which ones do you want? How's that for Ange? How about that? Lex says, excellent chance, brother. Dig these videos. Dig you, bro. Thank you, Lex. Good looking out, man. Thank you for that, for the super chat, bro. Good looking out. Thank you. Thank you. Candy says, that's a nice one. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you, Lex. Hell yeah. What's your name? Oh, man. How do we pronounce your name? Whose name? Ange? We got some for the guys. We got a couple here for the guys. And then we got, for the ladies, we got Brandon Gill, a.k.a. Future Superman. We got Pete Hegseth. The one that the Dems hate to love. Josh Hawley. Barron Trump. RFK. A little bit of something for everyone. Boo Boo says, love Anna. Here's Anna. Anna Paulina Luna. Well, well, well. Carolyn. Caitlin. Ooh. Caitlyn is from CNN though, dude. But still, you gotta give respect where it's due. And then Mary Margaret Olahan. There's your palate cleanser, guys. We got one more. We got this one too. We got this one too. Boom. That's your boy. That was last night, guys. For those of you that just joined, this was last night. We went to a nice birthday party that turned into a, God, why am I blanking on the word again? An engagement. The birthday boy ended up proposing, and now they're engaged. It was fun. That's me and Miss Medication. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's do this.
Into the city, so I know firsthand that there was definitely violence when the sun
They did
came
not
down.
threaten to pin their own vice president.
And then the January 6th was a peaceful protest that got out of hand at one point. But most of the people that harassed had the door open for them by the police and walked peacefully in.
Because the police are part of them.
And I think there's also been other attacks. There was the assassination attempt on Steve Scalise. There was a couple of assassination attempts on Trump. There was an assassination attempt on Justice Kavanaugh. You know,
Melissa Hortman definitely just
and as
got
much
killed.
as I was
Thank you guys. Thank you everyone. And Lex says, I love our Olympic women runners. Shaw Carey Richardson makes me proud to be an American watching her kick ass running.
deeply disturbed by the videos of George Floyd. I cried when I saw it. The fact of the matter is, he was a criminal. He had stuck his gun at a pregnant woman's belly. He was taken in for a crime. He was on drugs. That was part of the problem. That's not excusing anything that was excessive. But whereas basically you guys are saying that because Charlie Kirk said things you don't agree with, it's more justifiable to shoot him
No one
execution
said
style
that.
than that.
You started out your statement with saying that we both vehemently, we all, as a group in totality.
And that's what But I think you're saying you understand the okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, because I wouldn't want to.
We're pushing back on things that are being inaccurately represented. So you cannot say that you see. The thing about it is, we said out the gate, we do not condone that. Much to the detriment and pushback of a lot of our own communities. But what we're not sitting up here doing respectfully, which is what I'm hearing from you, I don't want to speak for you because I feel like that's impolite. So you could tell me if I have it wrong. But it seems as though that you're inferring that the January 6th was just a protest that got out of hand, or equating it to, and let's be also clear, Black people, liberals, are not the only ones that rioted after George Floyd.
I totally know that.
The entire planet.
Well,
the entire planet. Think about
Antifa
that.
did a lot of
To
rioting
come
too.
back to the prompt.
Design travel, I think we all agree. But however, there is a stark difference between George Floyd and the person, and the way George Floyd died, and Charlie Kirk, the person, and the way Charlie Kirk died. Very big difference.
When you talk about one side having more political violence, especially historically, the entire planet got tired of the white supremacy-led political violence that happens in this country and the violence that happens to people. It is.
What white supremacy political violence? What a bunch of bullshit is that? What are you talking about? Can you guys tell me what she's talking about?
But it seems as though that you're inferring that the January 6th was just a protest that got out of hand, or equating it to, and let's be also clear, Black people, liberals, are not the only ones that rioted after George Floyd.
I totally know that.
The entire planet.
Well,
the entire planet. Think about
Antifa
that.
did a lot of
To
rioting
come
too.
back to the prompt, when you talk about one side having more political violence, especially historically, the entire planet got tired of the white supremacy-led political violence that happens in this country and the violence that happens to people. It is what it is.
Smoking?
Why do you think they rioted after this? And the thing is, it says, I can sit up here and say, I did not agree. I've been on some of the same shows Charlie Kirk was on, and I am disgusted what happened to him. I am deeply bothered on a spiritual level. Like, I am deeply bothered by that. because I don't need someone to die to see them as a human. This is why the rest of the people that are not like me, but are like me to your guys' eyes, feel the way they do. Because they are not there. You are right now in real time dehumanizing George Floyd. That should have never happened to him. That is a move that most police departments don't even allow because it's lethal. I don't care what he did. Nothing warranted that. And nothing Charlie Kirk said warranted him being shot in the neck. I agree with that 100%. And that is the problem. And that is why a lot of people who have not done the work on themselves like I have feel the way they do.
I completely agree with what you said there, and I totally agree with that. And like I said, I definitely appreciate it, and I can tell that you.
Miss Medication just brought over some berries and strawberries and tangerines and figs and all kinds of stuff.
A really good heart. And I, again, in no way mean to dehumanize anybody or say that anybody agreed. I was responding to what she had said.
Derek
she was saying
a criminal in that situation, not George Floyd.
And Derek Chauvin was a criminal in that situation, so that I also agree with. I was responding to what she said. It seemed that she was saying, I understand people not being upset by the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Mm-hmm. There was actually videos on TikToks where they were like dancing and celebrating, and I think that for that.
No, Design Travelers, I missed this comment. Design Traveler says, so what? So there's a big difference between them, between Charlie Kirk and George Floyd, meaning that the person is more worthy of death than the other? No. Interesting that you draw a different conclusion, draw that conclusion. There's a difference in that what happened to Charlie Kirk was an actual assassination, thought out, planned out. Very different from what happened to George Floyd. Very different. And Charlie Kirk and George Floyd were doing different things at that time that they got killed. George Floyd, it's debatable, but he was not completely, he was not doing exactly what he was being told to do at that time, if you watch the full video. Not saying he should have been killed. Just saying they were doing different things. Charlie Kirk was speaking to students. George Floyd was committing a crime and not doing what he was supposed to be doing or what he was being told to do. There's a difference. Again, not justifying one over the other, but there's just an inherent reality to the situation that people don't want to, admit. But when you put them both into the same place and you say this and that are the same and whatnot, it's not the same. That's my point. Mark Smith says George Floyd had enough fentanyl in his system to kill 10 average men. That's what I'm trying to say. When you lump them into the same, in this context that they're talking about right here, and you say, this and that together are the same and they shouldn't have happened. It's like, no, they're not the same. They're nowhere near the same.
That to be even understandable is a problem, and it's a problem that the left refers to the right constantly as fascists and Nazis and racists, and that is dehumanizing.
So
and I think there is that
a
level of
monolith,
dehumanization.
though. And I think that is problematic. But I also think that when people see racist things happening, that's
how do we know that it was about race, though? How do we know that
what was about race?
That the whole George Floyd was a race thing?
I'm not referring to that.
Because did you know that there was a
but
whole
I'm not
clip?
Referring to
can
that.
I finish what I'm saying?
In general, I said racist things.
Okay, let me
I'm
finish
very
real
specific.
quick.
Every time I refer to that, I've said specifically that example.
Okay, let me finish this. Will, this is the problem with the media. They take sound bites and they don't show you the whole thing. Did you ever see the clip that was taken out that you didn't see about George Floyd? Did you see that, where he was already in the car telling people he couldn't breathe and you see him popping a fentanyl? Did you see that?
Are you justifying Derek Chauvin being on George Floyd's back for 9 minutes?
Okay, now there's
Are you justifying Derek Chauvin?
Actually,
so
from this,
can you
now
let
me
answer
finish.
that
question?
Let me
Can you
finish.
answer that question?
Now,
yeah.
Answer that. So I don't care
I'm
if he
trying
was
to,
riding
but
a
you gotta let me
unicorn on
finish.
Mars
You gotta let me finish. From this view, it looks like his knee is on his neck. Well, they had the view from this angle, and it was actually on the shoulder blade. So this is what happened in the court. And this is somebody...
Should his foot have been on the shoulder blade for 9 minutes?
It was on the shoulder blade, but the thing was...
Wherever it was.
He was struggling in the car. He was already in the car at a point, talking about not being able to breathe. Actually, the way he died was not because of that. He died because he popped fentanyl. That was the lies, because they want to pit us together. This is a divide and conquer tactic. The media wants to use this. Why don't they ever talk about all these children being butchered in Chicago from gangs? Why aren't they on the cover of the magazines? Because it doesn't fit the narrative. They want us to be divided. And they do this. They pit people against each other. Whites against blacks, gays against heterosexuals, you know, Jews against Zionists, against the people in Gaza, Palestinians. It's all divide and conquer. That's why we got to stop allowing the media to divide us and turn it off and read the bills. Read the bills, and then you're going to know what to follow.
Hi, loves. It's me again, Dr. Michelle Duff. We've really been enjoying producing these meaningful conversations. You as much as
is a thing until you leave that thing. Been in LA 25 years, and you
as much as they have blessed me.
And the next prompt is, hate speech should be protected under the First Amendment.
hate speech. What does that describe? I guess I'm the oldest one here. Grew up in the 60s in the South, in Arkansas. Sometimes you don't realize racism is a thing until you leave that thing. Been in LA 25 years.
And she looks good for being, for growing up in the 60s.
You would think because of all the different races of people that are here, you would think that we would come together, not because of the color of our skin. I'm a registered nurse, 33 years. I've been called 1,000 times by clients at the beginning of the shift, but by the end of the shift, they want to apologize, and I'm still a person. So me hating, should that be an okay thing? The hate starts in our mind, then we speak it, then we act on it. Is that okay? And from slavery, 400 plus years, when do we as people stop it? When do we stop it? I don't want to be in a white neighborhood. Jewish people don't want to live with me. When do we stop it? Because we listening to what we're even saying. We're citing incidents of people dying, people getting hung, all these things. But we as a people, whether we're liberal or conservative, whether we're left or right, is still wrong. When do we can say we're Christian, but I'm okay with somebody putting their knee on a neck and killing them. I'm okay with that. That's not right.
I'm not okay with it. I just think the media is lying about it.
But we're the media. We're the media too.
Yeah, and that's what I like. There's citizen journalists and reporters coming out, and I like them. I follow them more than I follow the mainstream, the big pharma-funded corporate government-run media. He who controls the narrative controls the people. I don't want to be controlled by them. That's why I tell people to read legislation. You want to know what's going on in your state? Read the bills. Go straight to the bills and then decide whether this is for you or this is for big government, which I don't want. I don't want to live in a communist country. I don't want to live in a tyrannical country. My family fled that. And this same stuff happens in those countries. They pit people against each other and they pull the strings at the top. And we don't need to give them the power.
So my question would be, and I believe, what was your color that you put up just now?
I put, because I don't like the definition of hate speech. They said, I'll tell you, I've been on media real quickly. I disrupted a drag queen story time for children because this is my tax money. Don't go and tell children that they're a mistake. I believe that's evil, okay? You're planting in their head that they are born in the wrong body. How are these kids? They're going to be dysfunctional.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you.
And so
I'm
they
sorry,
said that what I was spewing out was hate speech in this thing. That's not hateful. That's loving, because I believe they were beautifully and wonderfully made by God.
You're bringing your story, and I realize this is the only perspective you can come from because it's yours.
I've lived it.
So, what I was going to ask was the reason why I asked what color would be. First of all, hate speech is not defined. There are dog whistles that happen that could be construed as hate speech. The reason why I said it should be protected is because we as people will come up with a different word to make something else, and guess what? All we're doing is building an 11-foot ladder for a 10-foot wall. So the protection now, the other part to it is, because it's protected, it does not mean that you cannot somewhere in your life, in your personal life, your friends, whatever, suffer consequences for that action. Period. So I believe in the notion of free speech. So my question to you, the reason why I asked that was, in that same rhetoric, what do you feel about what happened with Jimmy Kimmel? Because that is a pure attack. So I would ask, actually, Chelsea, I would ask you, so to see that in a real time unfold, and if you look historically what has happened when there's an autocracy and you don't like, and mind you, there's so many to blame in this too. It's not just the FCC. This is also Disney, saying, guess what? I have a deal that's in place. This is much bigger than this. So my question would be, how would you say that, considering that he has been on the side of criticizing the current administration?
I hate the idea of anyone being canceled. I hate the idea that Trump's, Twitter was banned for so long, right? I think it's almost ironic, though, that everything happened with Jimmy Kimmel, and there's such a rush to defend him, like, oh my God, he was just saying words, he should still have this platform. And yet, the assassination with Kirk, like, he said things and people hated that and he got shot and people did celebrate that. So there just seems to be a double standard where Jimmy Kimmel should still have his show and be able to say whatever he wants. But then with people on the right, it's like so catastrophic if they say anything or if they speak out in their own way. So I just look back and I'm like, there's so much irony here. I don't think people should be killed over things. I don't think they should be canceled over things. I wish that, there was a late night show where we didn't have to talk about politics, where it was really like off the table. Like, I want relief from that,
Ale says liberal black women are worse than liberal whites. Some people will debate you on that. I think what's even worse is liberal whites that are feeling guilty and are trying to defend blacks and acting like they speak for black people. That, I think, is worse than both of them. Liberal white women that are trying to say they speak for black people.
Like, I feel like also, like, your situation, like you were saying, like, people got to spend more time with you and it suddenly shifted from calling you this word to seeing you as a human. I wish there was more outlets where I could just hear from the humans, and I know that involves politics in a way, but I just feel like I've had the most beautiful, loving experiences with people without ever having to get into politics, and I feel like it gets ruined when that gets put into it. So in a way, it's like, maybe it's bad, I would rather be a little bit naive and not so consumed by it, because it allows me to still have an open heart and not trying to cancel people out and not have them as friends. Like, I've had that toward me. Like, I've always been a very open person. So when people found out that I did vote as a Republican, at first it was funny to them because I never thought Trump would win. But when he did, it's like I became a real problem to people and I lost a lot of people, and they loved me before. And that was tough.
Where one of the biggest
L says Jimmy Kimmel was taken off because his ratings was down. Nothing to do with freedom of speech. That's a lie. That's a lie.
I don't know where you're getting your statistics.
That's a lie.
You're right. That's a lie, L. L is correct.
That's a lie.
That's a lie. And so I think Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Kimmel his ratings were down. I already showed you guys the numbers. If you guys want me to show you it again, these are the numbers right here. These are Jimmy Kimmel's numbers. I'd be happy to show you guys. Here are his ratings first. I already have these up because this comes up so much. These are Jimmy Kimmel's ratings on the bottom of your screen in the blue. These are all the late night shows, not all, but 3 of them. You can see they're all down. Jimmy Kimmel specifically is down in the toilet. You can see this in the bottom of your screen. And let me take that off. This part at the top of your screen is the, where is it at? Right here. This thing at the top of your screen, let me make it smaller so you can see. This, you see where it says net profit loss is brown. So if you look through this from 2015 all the way down to 2025, the net profit is negative $25 million projected for 2025. That's a problem. If you run a business, that's a big problem. I don't think he got removed because of Trump. Everyone that says that, let me ask you a question. If Jimmy Kimmel got removed because of Trump, if that's what you believe, why didn't Jimmy Kimmel get canceled way before? Trump has been openly giving us his opinions about these people and whatever he wants to give his opinion. That's why we like Trump, is he gives us his opinions regardless of what you think. He's been giving us his opinions forever. Why didn't they get canceled before? Why didn't Jimmy get canceled before? Now let's go to your chat. Design Travel says, medication, hold on, I got scrolled off. Medication, this is Design Travelers. The medication, I'm noticing comments that are misogynist and racist instead of disagreeing with a person's point of view, like women don't know what they're talking about, or I'm tired of black people. You're trying to use isms and misogynist and all these kind of things. People are going to say what they want. There's freedom of speech. You can, Elmo said it the other day. He said, offense is taken, not given. People are welcome to feel how they want to feel and say what they want to say, man. You know what I mean? Put your big boy pants on and you know, that's you're taking things however you want to take it. And people are welcome to say what they want to say. Offense is taken, not given.
Issues is when it comes to the political structure is this. Voting for self-interest or for what you're considering maybe is your collective set of people. It is difficult, I do believe, for people to first and foremost vote against their own self-interest, despite whatever else might be said. And that person, I remember when Bush was elected the second time, and there was these 2 cute little old ladies who were in the airport, and they says, okay, so get off the airplane, he wins, and she's like, you know what,
I didn't know that. Boo Boo, sorry for stopping the video, guys, but Boo Boo says, you have over 5,000 subscribers. You will now have bots in here, Medi, just so you know. I didn't know that's how it works. Good to know, though.
Vote for him, but, you know, just let him finish the job, you know. And it was, you know, we get to a point sometimes there is complacency amongst us, and whatever the issue is that's present for you is what's going to take over. I don't see how anyone can see past that. So I can understand voting. I voted, you know, Republican. I have never voted straight ticket. I will go and look at an issue and see if that's something. And I always want to caution to lump everyone. And you see this on any of the stations, the African American vote, the anything, and that is completely unfair. That, again, starts to centralize a group that shouldn't be that way anyway, because that means that you have to think this way. But we are such a divide that our listening skills are moot, because the best art, the part of listening, is being able to hear what your person is saying, not already coming with a formulated understanding, and being able to understand exactly, because that arrow goes both ways. So any response I'm going to have to.
Boo Boo, thank you for offering. It would be helpful. Maybe join our Discord, and then we can you know, talk a little further about that. Definitely.
Anyone will be, okay, I'm understanding what you're saying, and I can agree with points. So what we'll do is conflate, like, just one big issue where the left did this. The left is not us. You take the sound bites, because if you say don't take the sound bites, you're taking that. And
No, I'm not. I'm looking at the evidence. I look at
I'm not
things-
Antifa, though.
I actually read the transcripts, and it's completely different from what the mainstream media is putting out there.
But would you
like,
do
even
you
like
ever think your
Breonna
life,
Taylor? Let me
do you ever
finish
think
about-
your life would be chiller though if like maybe you weren't reading the transcripts and you were just
No, because it's not about that. I care about truth. I care about Jesus, and Jesus is about truth.
I don't need to read that.
I care about exposing the truth. Okay, so with Breonna Taylor, I was asked what I thought about her, and I said, Breonna Taylor was a thug, and so was her boyfriend. Let me finish. I know that you're getting emotional, but let me finish what I have to say. And I said, where the energy goes, the energy flows. And so don't do it. Now, what you heard in the media is completely different from the actual story. There was a knock warrant, not a no-knock warrant. They lied and said no-knock warrant. There was a knock warrant. The cops came in. She had a gun like this, and they shot her because she had a gun pointing at the cops. We never heard any of that. We heard lies because they want to pit us against each other. Again, this is why you got to look at the transcripts.
Okay, the original prompts also, I mean, oh God, I'm like, my mind is jumbled because, okay, quickly on Breonna Taylor, I don't even know how we got here, but just quickly on that, if someone, I'm not like a gun-toting whatever. I don't want them around. I don't like looking at them. They make me uncomfortable. But if traditionally conservatives are fighting for the right to bear arms and someone is breaking down your door and coming into your apartment and they have a gun to protect themselves because they don't know who's coming in, unidentified, then, I mean, it makes sense. They were not even supposed to be there. That was her fault, 0%.
She had a warrant.
I feel like because hate speech is so subjective, it's just, it's determined by whoever has the most power, and unfortunately who has the most power is whoever has the most money, and right now that's Trump and his little cronies. And so I don't really want anybody to determine what someone can say or can't say, but what you were saying earlier is you still may have to suffer those consequences. Because yeah, like what we're talking about with chemical, with Jimmy Kimmel, I think it's insane that he was taken off the air. But like, I still think that
I don't.
Fox can stay on and say their stuff, like I don't agree with a lot of it or whatever, but like they're allowed to have that platform. I think Kimmel should have his platform. And the government should not be policing that.
Are you okay with them lying and over and over again? Are you okay with the media lying to us?
What are you talking about?
Do you know what Operation Mockingbird media is?
No.
Our government is our media.
I know.
It's literally propaganda.
I know.
And they are lying about things. Jimmy Kimmel knew what actually happened, and he blatantly lied to the public.
I'm not going to talk about Jimmy Kimmel because I don't know what happened, but...
And I applaud you for saying that. No, I'm dead. Let me say something. I'm going to tell you why. That is so important because if you don't have an opinion about something, if you don't know enough information, why is your voice being prevalent on an issue?
Jimmy Kimmel ratings were, we just showed you, they were trash. These are the ratings right here in blue over the last 10 years. And these are this is the profitability in brown. Going down your screen, those are the last 10 years, 2015 till 2025. His ratings were in the toilet, and these are his net losses, $25 million loss here in 2025 on the side of your screen. The brown shows a negative profitability. $25 million negative. He was saying the same thing every night, expecting one day magically for there to be a difference and the ratings and the money to turn around. And it never did. And finally he came out and he said something that everyone knew wasn't true because the evidence was already out at that time. And so if you're the few people that watch him, and you see that and you don't like that as well, that's a problem. That's a big problem. If you don't already have, if your ratings are in the toilet and you decide to come out and keep doing dumb shit that your viewers don't like, that's a problem.
How many times have we seen people say, guess what? Well, you know what? I hadn't read that part yet. That is what frustrates me more than anything, and that comes from everyone. We are trying to have a voice when you do not deserve one on a particular platform. If I come up here and you're talking about something, I will sit back because I don't know what it is that you're talking about. And I cannot push forward something I think would be intelligible if I do not have an iota. So I truly applaud you for saying that.
Look at me. Yeah, thank you.
Coming out every day on late night TV and talking shit on the president over and over and over and over and over again while your ratings keep going down, 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 and you're losing money. As a businessman that operates 3 businesses, it doesn't make sense. It makes no business sense.
Yeah, so I won't discuss that point, but I can't think, and I don't know if I misinterpreted the prompt. I don't think that hate speech is something that should be protected, as in I don't think it's something that should be enabled at all. I cannot think of a single reason why it would be productive to allow people to commit hate speech. I understand the problem in that it's difficult to define, and like that's a thing, but I don't think that should stop us. The law doesn't exist to allow us to do whatever we want. And we do look at what is productive for society, and I can't conceptualize how allowing people to perpetuate bigotry is productive in any context. And that is how we allow certain narratives to get so far that political violence can happen, that genocides can happen, that violence towards particular groups can happen.
Because she's a beta female. As JLP would say, she is a beta female. Speech should be protected.
Happen is because we don't police. It sounds woke, and it sounds maybe because I'm Gen Z, maybe because I'm the youngest person here, whatever. That I'm totally fine with saying you can't say that because that's what my generation does. But
Exactly. Your generation does that, and your generation goes through college and gets indoctrinated into this whole thing of make sure you don't hurt anybody's feelings your whole life.
It sounds.
Oh, and if anyone else does, make sure you cancel them.
It's annoying, but no, like we actually do need to nip it in the bud and say, yeah, no, like saying that slur's a problem, don't say that because it leads to that thing. Yeah, no, don't say this negative thing about this group of people, it's a problem because it leads to these things. And like, maybe
That's
it's
what
annoying,
they're doing
maybe
in
it's
Europe,
nitpicky.
though. They're doing that in Europe, and they're arresting people for silently praying at abortion clinics. Do you want to get to that point?
No.
But that's not what I'm arguing.
I think one of the issues is who defines what hate speech is, and then who gets to police it. Because I think that
Very good point. Who defines it and who polices it?
really it's the government that has the greatest monopoly on violence. And what you really don't want is the government policing and controlling speech. That's when you really do get totalitarian governments. And I think, I appreciate all you guys that, also believe in free speech. And I think that, free speech is really the way to.
And if the left wants to police free speech and go after hate speech, do they all end up going to jail because they called people Nazis?
Stop violence, because violence comes when you can't speak and when you can't express yourself.
So free speech is the ability to express oneself in regards to one's beliefs or your organization's beliefs, social issues, things of that nature, right? Hate speech has like 5 main points. I'm going to point out 2 of them, and then we're going to move on. One of the most pressing ones, and I think that we're seeing today, is imminent intent of lawlessness, to immense lawlessness. So some people might say,
I think I have, L says a Jewish man got arrested for wearing a Star of David. I think I have that here I have it saved. You guys want to see that? If I have it? Let me see if I can find it. I think it should be here somewhere. They have the actual interview with the police in the UK. Let's see. There's an actual interview where they talk to the guy and they say the police were saying the Star of David is what did it. Him just wearing it. No, I can't find it. I found this though. What do you guys think about this? This is Emily, guys. Emily wants to join the girls' football team. Emily can't because of transphobic rules. Hashtag justice for Emily.
You know, and I'm just using this as an example. I don't, like, I'm not going to debate this with y'all. But, like, some people might say January 6th happened, what they were trying to do. And I'm not even going to say some people. I'm going to give a very realistic example so we can move on. The reason that there was court proceedings about that with Donald Trump and everything is because people were saying, I'm not saying, 'cause I'm not going to get into it. People are saying that he was inciting that to happen. That's what people are saying. So I'm just, whether you believe it or not, I'm just trying to give that as an example, you know.
Yeah, Miss Medication made me some Persian tea with this and with this whole thing right here. With this, whoa, where are we at? With this, and then this thing that goes in it. Yep. Whoa.
People have said that on the right as far as things that happened with George Floyd, that, oh, this is inciting this, right? So there's an element of, like, you know, saying I don't like someone or saying that because someone was murdered you feel a certain way. I don't agree with that. I think it's very, when it comes to vulgarity and, like, celebrating murder, right? But that's different than calling someone to do harm. But then there's, like, to your point, there's the issue because where do you draw the line? The second thing is targeted, I don't know if someone said targeted attacks, but it's targeted speech. So that means you're targeting a certain group, like, you know, if someone says down with the Jews or this community or that's targeted. So that's a little bit different. It's very unfortunate to me that us as Americans, that we don't have the human decency to figure that out. But one thing I think we do agree on is that it should not be policed by our government.
Yes.
It shouldn't be. And if you're wondering about the tea, I call it Persian tea because it tastes like Persian tea like my parents used to make, but they still make it. But this is the tea. If you guys are curious, those of you that are into tea, this is called Blue of London. It's an Earl Grey that they call Blue of London. It's by this company called Palais de Thess. There's the name right here on the top left. Palais, Palais des. I'm not saying it right. It's Paris made in Paris. It's a French or Paris company, but their tea, this specific tea, is called Blue of London. Literally, it's black Earl Grey with a little bit of bergamot and like blue flowers. Really, really tasty, yummy, and it tastes like really high-end Persian tea. Which Persian tea is not usually high, like, I don't know, whatever. It just tastes like Persian tea.
It's dangerous.
Yes, I agree.
And the next prompt is?
I do coffee as well. I had 2 or 3 cups of coffee before I got to this tea because right now it's 6 p.m. in Cali. But my coffee, my favorite coffee that I always have on subscription is Joshua Tree. Breakfast Bliss.
White privilege is a real and present force in America.
Look. Wow, look. Look.
Okay, I'm gonna try to be a bridge right now. So this is my thought, and I just want to insert real quick. I don't think Charlie was shot for political violence. I don't put it in that category. I'm a follower of Jesus. I think that he was shot for proclaiming the gospel of Jesus Christ. That is my opinion. So I think we're in a spiritual war. That's my opinion.
So you think it's like religious?
Huh?
It was like a religious violent act?
I think there are.
Try Cafe Bustelo, okay? And okay, I'll look into that. And I said Earl Grey is Russian Paity. Earl Grey is really good. I love Earl Grey. But I love this Blue of London. It's so good.
I think we can all contend, be it George Floyd, be it Charlie Kirk, whatever. I think we can all contend that there's evil.
I agree with that. I think there's evil that are greater than anything red or blue, and I think a lot of people aren't ready to have that conversation.
So-
I think foreign affairs have a lot to do with it.
So
I'm not saying anything
Curious
else
as to
about
how
it.
you categorize what happened with Charlie.
I don't look at Charlie Kirk's death and go, wow, he was politically assassinated.
That's not your interpretation of
That's
it.
not my
How do
interpretation.
you interpret it?
I interpret it as that we are told, I mean, Christ was killed because of what he was saying. To say the Jews killed Christ. So he was being disruptive, and he was basically a truth teller and was killed for telling the gospel. Because ultimately, I believe my foundation and my fundamental level that I'm going to derive even my beliefs from, even what I want to answer what the question was too. But I just wanted to insert that because I
But do you
didn't
have an
want to say that.
interpretation that's not rooted, like, people need to be religious in order to understand what you're saying? Like, do you just have like a...
Well, I think we're in a battle between good and evil. That's what I think. I've seen evil at my door. I've got, for sake of time, I have, I'm not going to sit here and tell you my life story. But yeah, but there is a lot of evil, be it George Floyd, be it Charlie's assassination, and I think that there is a unifying factor, that there is good and there's evil. Now, that obviously goes into, okay, well, what do you define as evil, and what do you define?
Satan is your daddy, woman.
Mark is saying it's called Satan.
Satan is your daddy, woman.
Satan is your daddy, woman.
Satan is your daddy, woman. Satan is your daddy.
Mine is good and all the things, right? So my fundamental level of that comes from biblically speaking. That's where I go to find my grounding and what I defined as good and evil. So I'm always going to have, if someone's not biblically living their life, we're not going to agree because we're living by two different moral standards, and that's fine. I'm like, okay, that's great, but don't tell me how to live my life. And I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. So that's kind of my thing. This is what I think about white privilege, is that I do believe because of Black history in America, there is generational stuff that that the Black community has had to overcome that the white community has not. Okay, so I want to start there, and I think and I believe that there are things and roads that they're just harder. They're harder to overcome. If my parents were divorced, I am at a disadvantage now to stay married. And guess what? My parents were divorced. I got divorced. And this is, again, I'm going to go to a spiritual aspect, okay? Is the sense that there is generational stuff that each one of us, like if I sat down and had coffee with each one and everybody, we could probably have a really nice chat about, hey, how did you grow up? Like, where did you grow up? What's your family dynamic like? And, I've worked in recovery groups for a long time and things like that with the crazy spectrum of people from all different backgrounds, okay? But again, I derive my foundation of that. My goal is to make heaven crowded. And
Hey, Boo Boo, glad you figured out Discord. I just saw you in our Discord in our public lobby, and I said, what's up to you? Nathan just said, what's up, what's up? Thank you. Glad to have you on our Discord. And, now that you're on Discord, by the way, we have a voice line. You could call in. We could talk to you live right now if you wanted to. But yeah, it's a fun time on Discord. We chat when we're not live as well. So it's a nice community that we all get to hang out and talk about whatever we want to talk about, all this kind of stuff. So it's really cool. If anybody wants to call in, I'm down to take a caller from someone that, I have an idea that you're not nuts. Yeah, I'm down to do it. And we have that chat on, we have a call-in line on Discord, by the way.
truly believe Jesus is the only way, the truth, and the life. And so I'm always going to come at it from that angle. Now, in saying that, there is a really real overcoming that the Black community had to do. I'm just sorry that is the reality. It's a dark piece of history in America, and from the Jim Crow laws all the way to the Civil War, everything. I mean, Black Code before they came up with Jim Crow laws and all those things. That is a dark part of the Black community that is ingrained in your guys' history generationally. So there's mentalities, there's abuse, there's things that you guys probably were passed down in your guys' line that weren't passed down in my line. And so I can acknowledge that now. I would also come from the standpoint of that once we become a Christian and once we meet Jesus, we become new in him. And he can give us newness, and he can break what we have been through and what we've come from. And so my stance will always be to lift people up to a place of equalness. That is my personal way that I operate in my life. I have people all over my life from all spectrums. You know, I just spoke at a gay man's house a couple months ago because I was invited there to, you know, I'm all over the spectrum. So that's why I say, you know, I'm not in a box, I guess, conservatively, because my ex-husband, his parents came illegally to this country. So my kids are half Salvadorian. So I have this I'm a kind of a mutt, like a conservative mutt, where I think a lot of things need reform. I don't like a lot of the stuff in the police department. I am all for, I think that we need to have a strong, police and all those things, but there needs to be reform. There's some really crappy cops out there. And so.
I'd like to say one thing. We are sitting with the understanding that there will ever be equality. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying.
Yeah, they only have one girl, in my opinion, on the conservative side that is that's down. You know, like not that doesn't care about being too PC. These girls are just trying to be like, oh my God, let me show you how nice I am and how I am like you and we're like each other. And come on, dude, let's get to the point. We're here for a discussion. Let's go at it.
That just purely from a race perspective. And when we talk about privilege.
Exactly, Lex. Don't over-explain.
Privilege exists amongst everyone. What tends to be more prevalent is the privilege you see that white Americans would have. If you're looking at, from the lens of someone else, and that's all we can ask, right?
Yeah,
so
I guess the question was, I think currently, right now, I do not think it is. Currently, in 2025.
Oh my God, is she gonna say currently again? Come on!
Now,
just spit it out.
As I said, where I come from, I can acknowledge that there is a really dark history that the Black culture has had to overcome that I didn't.
I also want to say that everyone has to overcome that because that is America. Yeah. Right. That's not just because I didn't.
Currently, right now, currently, they are losing it, bro, with this privilege stuff.
Democrat Party.
That
was the Democrat Party.
No, that's
KKK, Jim Crow law, slavery was all the Democrat Party.
But okay, again, the senior citizen from the South. I went to private schools. They had the Black Catholic school and they had the white Catholic school. The one tuition was one price for the Black kids. One tuition was one price for the white kids. And now, 60 years later, what has changed?
Matt, I spoke at a game.
We still have things. I'm a registered nurse again, but I've had the worst clients with a bachelor's degree in nursing, worst clients with less pay. I had to orient, and they're Christian in me, orient and help white nurses, Hispanic nurses that didn't speak English, Filipino nurses that didn't speak English. I got paid less. So if we talk about money and white privilege, how am I not the supervisor, but I have to train you to be the supervisor?
Mm-hmm. But also, isn't it
White
judging
privilege.
us by our skin color? If you say white privilege, you're assuming because I have lighter skin that I just had it so easy.
That's actually not what the assumption is. It's not even an assumption. You just haven't had to go through any of these hardships because of your skin color.
How do you know that? I came from Iran. I came from fleeing a country.
You're white passing.
And by the way, my half sister who lives there, she never plays the victim card. Even though she's and let me finish. There's women that can't do the things that we do in this country. And the thing to me, I believe it's a psyop. If you're saying someone has white privilege, what are you saying about people that have darker skin, that they're beneath you?
No.
That's called,
Well, let's
to me,
figure
that's
out what
called
she's
white
saying and let her
supremacy.
finish.
Yeah, wait,
That's called white supremacy.
If I can, because like it even goes beyond not being that deep. Like, of course, we all know black men are killed disproportionately than white men by police, and then they're murderers.
They do 60% of the crime. That's a statistic.
Hey, please let me speak.
I know,
You've
but
spoken for like 20 minutes. I've spoken for like 2. There's deep stuff like that. There is real stuff. Communities that are like still trying to get their families out of the trenches because of redlining and, like you said, different.
Redlining was over like 30 years ago, bro. Come on, or more, actually. I don't even know. Long time ago. We need to quit it, man. We need to quit playing this game of our people are not able to because of something that happened I don't know how many years ago, and your people are like this because of their color of their skin, and these people are like that, and we got to stop all this, man. It's just out of control, dude. We are all humans. We got to stop like pointing different colors or shapes and sizes out and saying these people are like this, so we're going to give them a special program because they're not as smart as us, or they don't know what to do, or they're not good enough at making decisions, or they're not this, or they're not that. Leave them alone. Let them figure their lives out, and they will. The more you meddle in their lives, the harder you make it for them. It's like the parents. It's like the parents that keep giving their kids money. You ever notice that? Like if you keep giving your kids money, I don't have kids, but I'm just saying because what I've seen, they never really figure out how to do something on their own. If you're just giving them like all their money every day, they never actually like get that drive to shit. I gotta go make something of myself. I don't know. It's just you gotta stop with the welfare. Stop overdoing that shit. You make it worse. You get them stuck on it and make it harder for people to survive and build a life for themselves.
Different tuitions and unequal pay and stuff like that. But then there's even stuff like they just now started making Band-Aids in our skin color. Like it's even as like
oh my God, bro. Did we really just talk about Band-Aids in your skin color?
Simple as that. Bandages were made to match your skin tone for so long.
Now we need to have the whole spectrum of the rainbow in Band-Aids so that every single person is happy. And what if one person grabs the Band-Aid and puts it up on their skin? They're like, it's not exactly the color of my skin. Oh my God, bro.
Nude was only in your skin tone. Only just now am I wearing a bra underneath this that is closer to my skin tone, but this came out in a lingerie line that came out in the last 10 years.
But that's a corporation. That's not government.
No, but
that's a corporation.
A person is running
you
it.
should tell the
Exactly.
corporation we would love to have it in our skin
Reflective
color.
of the larger society.
It feels like irrelevant and dumb that I'm like saying this now by itself, but just along with like bandages, but there's also like
It is retarded, actually. It's fully retarded. Black people make up 13% of the population, I believe, somewhere around there. And if I own a business that's making some products and I can barely make businesses are hard enough to become profitable. Once you become profitable, once you build products, you build them a certain way. You make them the color for the majority of the population so that you can survive as a business. That's how that works. This is wild to me.
makeup lines. It was really hard. My mom, when she was learning how to contour her face, we had to use black eyeshadow because there was nothing in her skin tone at all, like her foundation. And then one time I ordered makeup online in my skin tone and they gave me a sample and it was like the lightest sample they had. It's like they weren't even considering that maybe the person who was ordering this wasn't white. And then if you go on set somewhere, the black hairstylists and black makeup artists are always expected to be able to handle everybody. They do everybody's hair, they do everybody's makeup, but white hairstylists have done some crazy shit to my hair, crazy shit, and said things like, oh, I've never worked with this kind of texture before, even though they're the professional hired to be on set that day. We're expected to do it all.
I will say, I think there's like a privilege. I know that's.
Wow, bro. This is what's wrong with the company. I mean, the country. Oh, it's a beautiful sunset. I want to go get a picture of that. I love photography. Guys, if you don't know, I love photography. I literally have this around my neck everywhere I go.
Sounds crazy.
The birds are flying. All the birds are flying. Oh, wow, look at that.
Being, having to do more than us.
And if you guys want one time, I'll show you some of the pictures I take.
And having gone through so much, I think that we've heard a lot about spirituality, but I feel like because you guys have gone through so much, there's like an enlightenment to you. I always feel such a draw and just so seen in a way that I don't feel as much with white people, I would
I'm on the border of Irvine and Newport Beach.
say. So, I mean, I will just say that I feel like you guys are magnets, and I hope that your voice gets heard more, because I think that there has been a lot of trauma of just invisibility and your way of rising through it and still being survivors and stuff. I don't know, I've always felt like it's been super special, and I'm so thankful for the relationships that I've had.
Oh, shit, not the bridge being built.
I'm about to throw up.
Not the bridge!
I will never forget, let me just say, when I was younger, I will
This is called enabling.
never forget looking over as a young kid and seeing a black man get out of a Mercedes.
Literally, Matt.
And something, I was like, that's success. And there's
Oh my God. She just said, I saw a black person get out of a Mercedes and said, that's success. That's what she just said.
just always that vision. And I know it doesn't have to be like a superficial symbol, but there was just something implanted in me as a young kid. And I had
Take a deep breath, Medi.
a buzzed head when I was young, and I felt like I think I've allowed myself to see that, like, having shorter hair as a female, like I haven't seen myself a lot on in the media, and I've heard that be a complaint of a lot of other people of not feeling that represented. So I think kind of feeling othered a lot in my own world in just a small way had made me feel like a kinship. And so I think that while there's privilege to being white, I feel like there's another privilege that doesn't get spoken about of actually having to suffer, because those are the people that really know how to like have resilience and rise up and actually listen and just thrive. So
I know that we were just celebrating the bridge you made, and I don't want to tear it down, but I think I had a different response seemingly than the rest of the room to that. I know that you mean
Guys, I gotta stop this. I can't take it anymore. I gotta put a stop to that. Holy cow, bro. That is gross. That is, ugh. It's turning into a sewing circle, bro. Matt says it's turning into a sewing circle. Oh my God, bro. Holy cow. What are we talking about? All right, I'm gonna put this, and I think we're gonna call it a night for a little bit, and then I'm gonna come back on later, actually. So let's listen to this, and then we're gonna call it.
Welcome to Batya on News Nation. I am Batya, and we begin with what we learned about America this week. As you watch this, Democrats across the country are gathering for the second No Kings protest, whose goal is to, quote, show the world America has no kings and the power belongs to the people, in what they say is a nationwide push to remind America that democracy means no one is above the law. But America very obviously doesn't have a king.
Thank you, Boo Boo. Let me know if you want to come, if you guys want to come on and chat and call in and talk to people. Let people hear your voice.
It has a president who is implementing campaign promises that he made in the run-up to an election in which he won the popular vote. Far from being above the law, he has abided by every court decision against him, including the patently ridiculous, including those quickly overturned by higher courts. The power already does belong to the people. The majority of them voted for Donald Trump, and now they are getting exactly what they voted for. That includes the very things that the left is protesting: destroying the threat of toxic drugs being trafficked into the country by terrorist cartels to poison and kill our young people, deportations that protect the wages of working-class Americans, tightening the labor market so workers can ask for more from their employers, support for law enforcement to keep criminals from having free reign of our streets where they routinely victimize the most vulnerable, and tariffs that protect the product of the labor of the American working class, making that labor competitive again in the global marketplace. The left isn't protesting Trump, but the agenda that the majority of America voted for. They aren't protesting a king, they are protesting their fellow Americans. They aren't standing up for democracy, they are protesting it. And it's no coincidence that they are protesting Trump on the very week that he ended the war in Gaza. Let's not forget that this week, which is ending in a protest against a fictional king, began with a very real president pulling off a miracle. He arranged a ceasefire deal and the return of the 20 remaining Israeli hostages held for 2 years in Hamas captivity. I guess the left can't protest a war that's no longer happening. The ceasefire now crowd went eerily silent after Trump arranged this ceasefire. Few and far between were the Democrats willing to credit the president with actually manifesting the thing they had been demanding for 2 years. Instead of crediting the president with his astonishing achievement, they invented injuries to lay at his feet. The No Kings demonstrators are allegedly gathering to protest Trump's abuse of power. But what they're really opposing is his use of strength, peace through strength, be it from foreign adversaries or criminals. No wonder men are flocking to the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost the ability to distinguish between strength and abuse. Here's AOC at a CNN town hall this Wednesday on how Republicans have managed to lure all the men into their party.
And they are able to radicalize and target and exploit a generation of young boys, in particular, away from healthy masculinity and into an insecure masculinity that requires the domination of others who are poorer, browner, darker, or a different gender than them.
It's truly amazing. Here we are in 2025, and they are still trying to blame Trump's success on racism. Sorry, but no. Men aren't drawn to the GOP under Trump because they are deplorables who want to dominate the weak. They are drawn to it because they are drawn to the peace that can only come when your enemies, cartels, criminals, Hamas, or globalization, are having their butts handed to them by someone strong enough to scare the bejesus out of them. My next guest understands this well. Sean Duffy is the Secretary of Transportation and Acting Administrator of NASA. Welcome, Secretary Duffy. Thank you so much for joining us.
It is great to be with you, Batya. Thanks for having me on. Very grateful. Congratulations on the show as well. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you so much. So let's begin with this. Is AOC right that the GOP is luring in men by legitimizing their racism and their desire to be kings?
Right, because you have Republicans who say men aren't toxic, right? We want to celebrate masculinity. And what's happened with young men today is pretty remarkable. They've been told you should be responsible. You should respect women. You should get a job. You should work hard. You should actually go back to church. Be honorable. That's what they're called to do by this new movement within the Republican Party. And they've embraced it, which is wonderful. But I love your opening on the No Kings protest, which is actually a Hate America protest. Donald Trump, king, he won the 7 swing states, he won the popular vote, and then everything he's doing, he actually ran on the campaign trail. He told everybody he was going to do this, and the majority of Americans voted for him. This is just disenfranchised Democrats, but also George Soros is funding it. The Socialists of America are funding and supporting it, and so are the Communists of America supporting this rally. So again, it is the offbeat crew that lost and are angry that are going to come and protest and say Donald Trump is a king. No, he's just a great, strong American leader.
So speaking of work and jobs, you oversee a lot of truckers to whom you have.
All right, guys. I think that was good for now. I'm going to call it quits for this current stream. And then I'm going to jump back on in most likely in a few hours. If you guys want to join everyone off stream, we have Discord, and it's on my, if you go to my homepage on my channel, my YouTube channel, I have my Discord up on the homepage. There's a link. If you go to click on links, you'll see there's links there. And you can jump on there, and you know, we're chatting there offline. And we're going to start having, you know, people call in too. And so we'll have some fun. But anyway, guys, thank you again. I will see you all later. I'm going to take a few pictures, and I'm going to do some editing and some other things, and we'll be back on. All right, guys. Thank you again. Appreciate you guys. I saw the subscriber lit, dude. We're up to 6,209. You guys are awesome. Love you guys. Thank you. We'll do some more discovery and discussions very soon. Thank you, guys. See you. Bye-bye.